never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio News, I'm Lance Pry. At least 11 people are dead and nearly a dozen are hurt following the UPS plane crash in Louisville last night. That's the update from Kentucky Governor Andy Beshear, who was at the crash site today. Beshear says that there could be more deaths announced soon as the operation has moved from a rescue to a recovery mission. NTSB member J. Todd Inman Wednesday afternoon.
The plane lifted off and gained enough altitude to clear the fence at the end of runway 17R. Shortly after clearing that fence, it made impact with structures and the terrain off of the airport property. A post-impact fire ensued, which covers approximately almost a half of a mile. And we have viewed airport CCTV security coverage, which shows the left engine detaching from the wing during the takeoff roll.
The Supreme Court is now weighing the legalities of tariffs. The justices heard arguments today after the High Court agreed to fast-track the case. The tariffs will stay in place for now unless SCOTUS decides otherwise. A blast of Arctic air will be coming across the eastern United States this weekend. Temperatures are expected to fall from the Dakotas all the way down to Florida. Forecasters are saying the temperatures will drop 10 to 15 degrees below average. It was on this day in 1982, Jennifer Warnes and Joe Cocker started a 3-week run at #1 on the U.S. charts with a song taken from the film An Officer and a Gentleman, Up Where We Belong. Thanks for being there, my friend. It is well appreciated. America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
President Trump is voicing his disapproval of results in New Jersey's governor's race.
Speaking with Fox News post-election, Trump had this to say.
I thought that New Jersey would do better.
The president, unhappy the GOP candidate he endorsed, Jack Ciattarelli, fell to Democrat Mikey Sherrill by double digits. The Congresswoman's big victory amid massive turnout helped put Passaic, Morris, Gloucester, Atlantic, and Cumberland counties back in the win column for Democrats. All five voted for President Trump in 2024. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
The Poway City Council member in North San Diego County that's being recalled from office is resigning.
Tony Blaine has announced his resignation from his District 2 seat. It comes the day after Poway residents voted overwhelmingly to hold a recall election for that seat, as Blaine faces several charges, including bribery and perjury. Blaine had been accused of trying to use law enforcement to silence critics, vote trading, destroying public records, and threatening recalls against other council members. I'm Jack Cronin.
A Florida nonprofit is pivoting in its efforts in Jamaica after Hurricane Melissa. Over the past week, Tampa Bay Gray Bull Rescue brought around 340 Americans out of the island nation in Operation Island Cross. Founder and CEO Brian Stern says they've shifted to getting relief supplies there.
But because of our network and our distribution capability, I can definitely move things in.
Lance Pry, USA Radio News.
In a study, it was found that 33% of 44 herbal supplements had no trace of the advertised herb. Don't let that happen to you. Hi, this is Dr. Mitch. If you want to ensure quality, go to TotalWellness.com. Supplements made for physicians, only now available to you too. TotalWellness.com, helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
Don't get stuck buying, or worse, leasing a used truck that's just going to break down. At TEL, we help owner-operators succeed with a new truck for as low as $500 down and affordable weekly payments with 24/7 support, plus access a network of top carriers. Choose an industry leader that has your back. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme. The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Another dark night on the interstate. Another 100 miles in the pouring rain. These are worth all the time I've spent away. Another dark night on the interstate. Trying to make it right, my baby's at home, hope she's doing alright. Miss my dogs and I miss my girls. I'm 1,000 miles away from my old
Alrighty then, what do you say? How about let's get ready for a brand new day? Because ready or not, here it comes. Hey, indeed, we're making our way toward the weekend. You made it through Hump Day. We're over the hill. we'll make our way into a Friday Eve. So there you go. We'll turn the page on the calendar from time zone to time zone. 6th day of November. Here it comes. Welcome aboard the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Yet again, a clear night outside the secret bunker. A little chill in the air. They were hanging in the 40s. I'm just really not looking forward to what the forecasters are telling us to get ready for over the weekend and into early next week. A true taste of old man winter coming our way. Some will get their first opportunity to drive in wintry weather. Little snow will be in the offing, stretching from portions of Minnesota, Wisconsin. Eventually, maybe even a little bit of accumulation from Chicago to Detroit, and then on into the northeast corridor. Nothing on the frozen side in that region tonight. We are seeing rain once again, kind of a soggy night. Off and on showers for very spotty showers in Pennsylvania. A little more organized precip there. Several areas in western New York. More rain in upstate New York. It's a rainy night in Boston. Things have pretty much cleared from International Falls to Houston, Texas. The heart of the country is high and dry, just on the chilly side. Again, another showery night in the Pacific Northwest. We'll break it all down for you here as we take a look at our travelers' weather. One thing I can tell you in the Northeast is you've got a lot of wind with this storm system, frontal system pushing through the backside, wind advisories, and in some cases, high wind warnings. Wind advisories for the eastern three-quarters of Pennsylvania, pretty much the entirety of New York State. We have some of the wind warnings, stronger winds right there in the heart of New York State. Wind advisories then through the entirety of New Jersey, Massachusetts, Rhode Island, on up into the New England area. This is going to be the strongest in a series of storms we've been tracking throughout the week, tracking from the upper Midwest through the Northeast here for your Thursday. Ahead of that, warmer, cooler air mass trading places. So we're going to see the winds bringing some very strong gusts, travel delays. Remaining leaves will be coming down over the next few days. Here through the evening Wednesday, the strengthening southwest winds have actually been sending temperatures higher, pushing the leaves through the neighborhoods from North Carolina to southern New England. We saw temperatures well into the 60s in New York City. Actually over 70 in D.C. Wednesday afternoon. But the cold air going to kind of linger on the backside of this storm. It's going to quickly return on the backside across the northern tier of the country. We'll see some accumulating snow eventually in the higher elevations of the Adirondacks, northern New England, southern Quebec, on up into New Brunswick, Canada. As that chilly air sweeps in on the back side of the storm, though, those blustery conditions, powerful wind gusts, right on into Thursday morning, ranging from 40 to 60 miles per hour. Could see some of those gusts, especially there in the heart of New York, approaching 70 miles per hour. So the crosswinds, high-profile vehicles, the wiggle wagons are definitely going to be wiggling tonight. Could see some additional flight delays at some of the airport. But look at the temperature changes. Temperatures may not get above 40 as the sun returns to the Appalachians later today. Maybe a high mid-50s for New York City. You may briefly recover close to 60 in D.C. Winds begin to diminish during the afternoon hours, but another storm will already be forming. Moving east from the Mississippi Valley, breezes will strengthen from west to east across the Midwest Thursday night. with enough moisture to bring a band of rain showers and eventually that transition to snow. Some of these storms could be on the strong side from parts of the Tennessee and Ohio valleys. Temperatures then rebound along the Atlantic seaboard for Friday, but get ready, you're going to see that next major push of cold air behind the storm that will indeed set the stage for snow further south across parts of the Midwest and the Appalachian as that next system develops later in the weekend and really brings some of the cold temperatures. Diving models depicting the jet stream coming in over the northwestern USA, taking a dive from eastern Montana, then dropping down southwest all the way through eastern Oklahoma, western Texas, along the Gulf Coast, and then swinging back up the Atlantic seaboard. So that entire region from the Great Lakes, even into parts of the Deep South, are going to see their first hard freeze of the season coming up late in the weekend, especially into early next week. So it looks like Monday and Tuesday night of next week will be some of the coldest nights that we've seen so far in parts of the southeastern USA. Meanwhile, it's been a very busy pattern across the Pacific Northwest pretty much all week long. We've got one more system, another strong storm, gearing up to blow into the West Coast, bringing another round of damaging wind and heavy rain right on the heels of the midweek storm. Folks are finally going to get a break in this pattern, though, over the weekend. The midweek storm, we saw wind gusts of 75 miles per hour in Reno, Nevada, Klamath Falls, Oregon as well, 69 mile per hour winds, Siskiyou County Airport there in California. The 48-hour period that ended about midday Wednesday, some of the rainfall totals, 2 3/4 inches in Florence, Oregon, just under 2.5 in Crescent City, California, where they were still expecting some additional rain. Snow levels with the first storm were still pretty high, above the pass elevations through the Cascades in the northern Sierra Nevada. No snow, Donner Pass in California. Now, snow from the late week storm is going to track a bit further north, but the snow levels will drop as that storm intensifies over the Pacific Northwest, lowering through the passes in Washington, maybe creeping to some slippery travel conditions and reduced visibility for those crossing the Cascades. So we're talking late Thursday. This storm will be coming in. A few inches of slushy snow may accumulate Thursday night into Friday across parts of the Cascades. Slippery travel on Stevens and Snoqualmie passes there in Washington. Localized flash flooding and mudslides possible in areas that pick up more heavy rain, particularly in the wildfire burn scar areas. Then looking through Friday night, rain from that storm is going to total 2 to 8 inches from northern California's coastal areas to western Washington and southwestern British Columbia. The combination of storms, rainfall totals really beginning to add up. This late week storm will have lighter winds in northern California and southern Oregon compared to what we saw this past day. Still could be strong enough to cause some flight delays at maybe Seattle and Vancouver airports from today into Friday. Going to be looking at maybe some fog developing in the interior valleys Friday night and Saturday night, especially in those areas that picked up some significant rain earlier in the week. Any fog that develops may be slow to dissipate during the midday and afternoon because we have a limited amount of November sun and the lighter winds. You may need some extra time during the late night and early morning hours with significantly reduced visibilities due to the fog there. And speaking of fog, tonight we actually do have some fog advisories through much of southern and southeastern Texas, right through central, southwestern Louisiana. Dense fog advisories in place there tonight. Let's say hello to some of our listening friends as we get things underway here on a Thursday. Philly Dan is on board. He says, you are correct. It's windy out there in Philly tonight. There's Roy, Northwest Illinois. You think it's cold now, Roy? He says it's brutal, 37 degrees, on this thirsty Thursday. Yeah, that's just a taste of what you got coming this weekend. Get ready for those wind chills. Hello to Michael. What's up, everybody? Shorty, I-95 southbound, Yamasee, South Carolina. Hey, not too shabby. 58 degrees. He's rolling Orlando turnaround number 2. Running really late tonight. Bambi stopped to take her 30-minute break. Stepped out of the truck, heard a hissing sound. Sure enough, driver's side steer tire went flat. Thank goodness she was stopped, though, right? Hello, Tank. Morning, Steve, and the overnight cruise, 70 degrees. That full moon shining here in Earp, California. Got our dealings taken care of in Banning. Well, at least until next week. We're headed back east toward the home 20. It's looking like it may be time to get the chain sharpened on the old saw, get some wood stove fire cut. Yep. Everybody truck safe. Have a blessed day. Get ready for the chill there. The good news is it'll be rather short-lived. You're going to the southeast to the big chill this weekend, and early next week things begin to rebound by midweek next week, if that's any comfort. Hello, Jerry. Good morning, everybody. Tell them you love them every chance you get. All right. Hello, Scrapyard. Waving all 5 at you. Good to have you on board. Hello from Bob there in Michigan. Uncle Chops checks in. Morning, Steve, and the overnight crew. Guess I turn 73 today. Well, happy birthday to Uncle Chops.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you could start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code overnight100 to get rolling today. Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hotshot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
For us overnight workers, it's kind of like afternoon, right? As Larry says, good afternoon. Hammer down, be safe. 50 degrees, but yes, indeed, windy. Windy here, Platkill, New York. Round number 3 to Schenectady. Saddle up, nocturnal listeners. Pappy on board. It's after the midnight hour. I'm just a tad late, but that's the way it goes. It's the eve of Friday. 44 degrees on the cruiser dash cam. full moon shining down on us. It's 844-844-3388. Don't be a scarecrow. Those are the digits to hit. Peace, love, tranquility. There you go. All right, Louisville update. What a day. When the sun came up, the devastation, the impacts being made clear, and the death toll, as expected, continued to rise. We are now at 12 confirmed deceased. They tell us the plane's left wing, as we all witnessed via the videos, catching fire. And the engine did indeed fall off just before crashing and exploding after takeoff. With the Wednesday afternoon update giving us some of the first investigative details about the disaster that has killed at least 12. They said finding survivors unlikely as first responders searching the charred area at UPS Worldport, the global aviation hub in Louisville. Governor Beshear was on the scene. The inferno consumed the enormous aircraft, of course, spreading to many nearby businesses. But in the update, after being cleared for takeoff, we witnessed that large fire develop in the left wing. According to a member of the National Transportation Safety Board leading the investigation there, their job is now to try and determine what caused the fire and why the engine fell off. It will likely take investigators more than a year to finalize all of those questions. But the plane did indeed gain enough altitude just to clear the fence at the end of the runway before obviously crashing just outside the airport. Security video shows the left engine detaching from the wing during the takeoff roll. The cockpit voice recorder and data recorder have now been recovered. And the engine was actually discovered on the airfield, according to Inman. Now, there's a lot of different parts of this plane and a lot of different places, describing a debris field that stretched for half a mile. Of course, the plane with 3 on board crashing about 5:15. The devastating ripple effect, striking and causing smaller explosions at Kentucky Petroleum Recycling, also hitting the auto salvage yard, grade A auto parts. Beshear said the child that perished was with a parent at the auto parts business there. Now, I did say it was a blessing the plane did not hit a nearby Ford motor factory or the convention center. Some of the folks in the area who heard the boom, saw the smoke, smelled the burning fuel, still stunned this past day. One said, "I didn't know if we were getting attacked or what." Stooge's Bar and Grill, the bartender said the lights flickered as I was taking a beer to a customer on the patio. I saw a plane coming down right over our volleyball courts in flames. In that moment, it was sheer panic. Can only imagine. It was only about 100 yards away, apparently, from that establishment. Louisville mayor announcing on social media platform X that the death toll has risen to 12, stating this past evening, "Please take a moment to hug your loved ones, check on your neighbors." The governor predicting the death toll will rise further, saying authorities were looking for a handful of people, but obviously not expecting to find anyone else alive. Now, the chief of the Okolona Fire District in Louisville said debris will have to be moved and searched. It's going to take us quite a while, as he put it. University of Louisville Hospital said 2 are in critical condition in the burn unit there. 18 were treated and discharged at that hospital, and other healthcare centers. Of course, the airport's just 7 miles from downtown Louisville, close to the Indiana state line. Residential areas, there's a water park, there's museums. The airport resumed operations this past day with one runway open. Bashir said he did not know the status of the 3 crew members, but that's pretty clear. Not sure if they were actually being counted among the dead. Okay. UPS said it was terribly saddening. This packaging handling facility is the largest at UPS. It employs more than 20,000 people in the region there. They handle like 300 flights every day, sorting more than 400,000 packages an hour at that facility. Now, a former federal crash investigator said a number of things could have caused the fire as the plane was rolling down the runway. Could have been the engine partially coming off and ripping out fuel lines. It could have been a fuel leak igniting, then burning the engine off. It's just too soon to tell right now. Get behind the wheel of a new truck with TEL's flexible lease options and full factory warranties. Learn more at tel360.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Lance Pry. At least 11 people are dead and nearly a dozen are hurt following the UPS plane crash in Louisville last night. That's the update from Kentucky Governor Andy Bashir, who was at the crash site today. NTSB member J. Todd Inman Wednesday afternoon.
The plane lifted off and gained enough altitude to clear the fence at the end of runway 17R. Shortly after clearing that fence, it made impact with structures and the terrain off of the airport property. A post-impact fire ensued, which covers approximately almost a half of a mile. And we have viewed airport CCTV security coverage, which shows the left engine detaching from the wing during the takeoff roll.
America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you could start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get rolling today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truckers, meet the Speedmax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask Speedmax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on. Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With Rightway, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, Rightway helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. Rightway. Drive more, scale less.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Trust your week's going well. A lot to cover as we make our way into a brand new day. The fallout from Tuesday's election. The Supreme Court this past day hearing arguments. Has the president gone too far with his tariff policies? That was the issue. It could be several weeks, maybe even months. I think they're going to be expediting their ruling, as this is very significant, the impact it would have overall, economically speaking, on the country. I did see comments from the Treasury Secretary that he said he felt optimistic after the arguments. I guess about 3 hours, the Supreme Court asking questions, pros and cons in regards to the tariffs. Meanwhile, continuing to deal with air traffic issues. The incident in Louisville, no suggestion whatsoever that air traffic controllers had anything to do with that. Obviously, that was a malfunction, mechanical issue, maintenance issue, something along those lines. But the ripple effects elsewhere around the country continues to expand as Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy this past day announcing airspace restrictions as the government shutdown continues to affect the transportation system nationally. At a press conference, Duffy outlined what he called additional measures to reduce risks in national airspace. One of them, though, is going to be that there's going to be a 10% reduction in capacity at 40 locations, he told reporters. Those restrictions will go into effect Friday. That's going to impact roughly 4,000 flights nationwide. Now, the list of impacted airports is going to be released sometime today, they tell us, Thursday. The decision driven by the mounting concerns, staffing shortages, safety risks with the Federal Aviation Administration and the broader aviation network. We're now 37 days, entering day 37 of the shutdown here as we roll into Thursday. Longest shutdown of the government in history. Obviously closed since October 1. Thousands of aviation workers, though, including air traffic controllers, have continued to report to work without pay, including 13,000 air traffic controllers and 50,000 Transportation Security Administration officers. Despite their commitment, staffing levels have dropped, with each day creating increasing pressure on the airspace system. Earlier this week, Monday, Duffy warned that the Trump administration would shutter the aviation system if he thought the ongoing government shutdown was making it too risky to travel. Imagine the impacts of saying, hey, we're going to shut the airports down across the board. So 40 different airports have no idea at this point, but obviously they'll be scattered around the country. Starting Friday, if they do not get this resolved, what do you think the odds? What are the odds of getting this resolved by Friday? 4,000 flights. Eagle was kind of talking about that last evening, how we're rolling into a very, very busy travel time. Holidays just around the corner. Thanksgiving literally just a couple of weeks away. The impact's not good. Well, speaking of Eagle, what's happening?
Yeah, that's what I was telling you last night, Steve, man. I told you we coming up on the holiday season, in a couple of weeks, and if they shut the airports down or if there's any kind of lapse in, air travel, it's going to affect a lot of people trying to go to their destination for things. That's why I was telling you last night that people better try to maybe think about renting out a rental car or driving their own vehicle to their grandmother's house or wherever the hell they're going. Because, like I told you, Steve, I don't think this thing is going to end because, see, the Democrats got the results that they wanted to see with this deal in New York City. I really believe that this government shutdown, and I really would like to. I really don't believe the vote count in that situation. I would really love to have a breakdown of who the hell voted for this loser. Because it's just hard for me to imagine, Steve, that people. I listened to different radio stations today as I was driving, and everybody was saying the same thing. What are these people thinking about in New York City? What the hell? This man has told you that he wants to, what he wants to do. And they even saying that, a couple of rappers, a guy named 50 Cent, he's telling people the same thing I said last night, to get the hell out of New York City because this guy is no good. He doesn't need to be the mayor of the biggest city in the United States of America. I want to know who these people are that were dumb enough to vote for this man. That's what the hell I want to know, because this guy is bringing nothing to the table, Steve. He is bringing nothing to he's talking about whatever you've talked about it over the last couple of years. Socialism has failed in every country that has ever been tried to make it operate. Am I right or am I wrong? Hasn't that failed in every country they put it in?
Every time.
Every time it's failed. And yet you got this loser, yet you got this idiot saying that that's what he wants to do in New York City. It's disgusting and it's an embarrassment at this point, what this man is talking about doing. And I refuse, like I said, if I lived in New York, I would be trying to make immediate plans to get the hell out of the city or the state of New York, because I would not allow that man to take all my money and give it to somebody else that is, somebody that wants to sit on their rear end, or somebody who's here illegally. This guy has bad plans. I think he has no loyalty to America as far as I'm concerned. I got to look a little bit more at his background, but I do not like what I'm seeing with this guy. And it's really sad. I know people that stay in New York City. I haven't had a chance to talk to these people yet, but I'm almost 100% sure that they didn't vote for that guy. So I want to get their opinion on what they think about this person, because I'm not very happy about it. And like I said, as I was driving along today, a lot of people in America are not happy. But getting back to this government shutdown, Steve. Now I gave you a question on Monday night. I'm willing to change my plans on that. I told you that I thought maybe this thing might go into 26. But at this point right now, Steve, I really believe that this thing is going to go on through Thanksgiving. I think the Democrats, I think they want to make a statement. I think that they want to ruin people's travel plans for the Thanksgiving holidays. They've already affected people, but a lot of people not even going to be able to afford a turkey. I'm almost afraid to go to the grocery store and see how much a turkey costs. Maybe you can look that up during one of your breaks. Cause I'm gonna tell my girlfriend, to go buy a turkey in the next couple of days. But I'm almost afraid to go in the store to look and see how much the damn turkey costs. It might be $500 for a turkey the way meat is nowadays. I'm scared to go to the store. But yeah, like I say, I think the Democrats are trying to make a statement, Steve. I think that they want to ruin people's Thanksgiving plans, and it wouldn't surprise me if airports shut down and travel. You see lines of people standing out line. And because this is what these people want. They want to make Donald Trump and the Republicans look like they're the bad guy in this situation, when they're clearly not. And so I got a real bad feeling. We're about 3 weeks away from Thanksgiving. I got a real bad feeling that those guys are going to go on break maybe the week before Thanksgiving, the Democrats, the Congress or whatever, and they say the hell with it. We'll talk about it after the Thanksgiving holiday in December. I got a real bad feeling that's what they're going to do, and say the hell with the American people and your Thanksgiving plans. We'll see what happens in the next couple of weeks, but I see no end to this at this point right now, because they're not trying to come to the table, the Sommers and all these other individuals. And here's one other thing I wanted to talk to you about, Steve. I heard a rumor that a lot of those people from New York, I think Greg Abbott commented, they said that a lot of people in New York are talking about coming to Texas. Hey, don't come to Texas. We don't want you. If you voted for that man to be your mayor, don't come to Texas. You made your bed, lie in it. Stay in New York. You wanted to live under a socialistic system. Stay in New York. Don't come to Texas. We don't want you, and we damn sure don't need you. And I thank you for taking my call.
Yeah, I think the people that are looking to exit New York City are not the ones that voted for Mamdani. But he is correct. Governor Abbott. Yeah, he was actually, how did he put it? He was threatening like a 100% tariff on people trying to move there from New York. I have no idea how that could be implemented. Governor DeSantis in Florida this past day, also speaking out about his thoughts. People from New York looking to head on down to the Sunshine State. But Eagle, you ask about has socialism ever been successful? Yeah, you can do a quick search. Do your Google search. Has socialism ever been successful? I did just that this past morning. Yeah, many countries, it pops up, have adopted socialist systems, all experiencing collapse at some point. You look at the Soviet Union. Yeah, Russia's still around, but the Soviet Union collapsed. Numerous countries exiting the Soviet Union. Let's see. Venezuela. Ask a Venezuelan how socialism has worked there in a matter of years. A country that was, if memory serves, the wealthiest country in the Caribbean with all the resources and the oil. The wealthiest. Now, one of the poorest. The Venezuelan currency got so cash money would be blowing around in the gutters of the streets. So useless it's not even worth picking up. East Germany. Those are some of the prominent examples. Other nations that have tried socialism and failed. Yugoslavia, Poland, Albania, North Korea, China. Now, China is still a communist country. They've made economic reforms. How about Cuba? Who wants to move to Cuba? These are all examples, failures that result in economic strife, economic inefficiency, political repression, and obviously a lower standard of living for the people. New York thinks, they think they can do it better. We're democratic socialists. It's different. Okay.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator. Because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you. Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Diesel owners know if you take care of your engine, it'll return the favor. Hot Shot Secret formulates additives that help you prevent problems and boost performance. Diesel Extreme cleans internal and external injector deposits, and EDT increases fuel economy by up to 7.3%, scientifically proven by third-party testing. Add Hot Shot Secret at your next fill-up to get the most out of your diesel. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, hello, Gilligan. Getting your week started there. Good morning. I guess she's a couple days in, actually. Hello, fellow listeners. Driving in the moonlight. Max Meadows, Virginia. It's a rather warm 59 degrees at this hour. Everybody keep it shiny side up. Sounds like a plan. Hello to Sneakers, who says, thank you, Steve. And Hot Shot Secret for a great show. Be safe. Bless all. Buckeye Boy on board, I guess offering his answer to Eagle's question. How did he put it? Who the hell voted for this guy? Indoctrinated young college graduates, people under the age of 30. A big part of the electorate that got out and voted for the communists there in New York. Then he goes on to say there are discussions about a possible huge increase in property and rental prices in Florida because of the influx in population they're anticipating. They're expecting tons of people to be fleeing New York. It is 844-844-3388. Industry headlines. A couple of updates to bring your way. A major Minnesota-based carrier has joined Interstate Personnel Services, IPS as it's known, according to a joint announcement from the companies. Effective October 31, the New Ulm headquartered J&R Schugel, JRS, joined the IPS family, which includes Pascal Truck Lines, Pascal Logistics, Pascal Trailer Leasing, IPS Leasing, and Transport Distribution Company. Following the merger, IPS will operate nearly 2,000 tractors and 6,000 trailers in their asset-based operations, which will focus on dry van and refrigerated services in the U.S. and Mexico. According to the companies, the combination of our two organizations preserves our employee ownership culture while bringing enhanced value to our customers. The J&R Schugel name is a well-known, highly respected in our industry. Adding JRS to the IPS family expands the capabilities and services we can jointly provide to our respective customers, while also creating new exciting opportunities for our employee owners. JRS, founded in 1974 by Jerry and Rich Schugel, and remained family-owned and operated till 2014, when the company became a 100% employee-owned company. Pascal Truck Lines, founded in 1937, currently operates over 1,250 units and 4,000 trailers in their truckload operations. They became a 100% employee-owned company 2013. Provides one-way, dedicated, regional, long-haul logistics and equipment leasing services in the U.S. as well as Mexico. Meanwhile, from Landline this past day, they tell us, I guess, some truck parking updates. Updates have been completed on a Wisconsin rest area built in 1969, the facility near Sparta, Wisconsin, along Interstate 90. Not only had an insufficient truck parking capacity, but had also outdated and undersized stalls, according to the Department of Transportation there. I-90 plays a vital role in the movement of freight and passengers across the state. This safety rest area welcomes travelers, truck drivers, families with a safe, convenient, accessible place to take a break. Now, this safety rest area exemplifies our commitment to building a better transportation system for everyone here in Wisconsin. In addition to increasing truck parking spaces from what was a mere 16 to now 70, a staging area for oversized and overweight vehicles is now available. Inside the rest area, lighting, vending options, drinking fountains, all upgraded, as were the restrooms, to ensure ADA compliance. Now, it's a $12.5 million project that started, I guess, a little over a year ago, August of 24. Wisconsin is currently rebuilding 2 additional rest areas on Interstate 43 in Denmark and Maribel. Elsewhere, Pennsylvania officials recently announced plans to add more than 1,200 truck parking spaces at some 133 locations by the end of next year. Additionally, the Pennsylvania Turnpike is evaluating the potential for another 600 truck parking spaces across their system. In the Hoosier State, Indiana, the rest area on I-65 reopened in September, with double the truck parking spaces there. Up to 150 trucks can now park at that modernized facility. State DOTs have also developed technology to help drivers locate safe truck parking there, again in the state of Indiana. So one step at a time, one parking place at a time, I suppose, making progress, right? All right, coming up, the Indiana Roadrunner. Meep wants to talk about the election in New York and maybe a few comments on the plane incident, UPS there in Louisville. Got you coming up as we roll into hour number 2 there, Roadrunner, about a minute from news break. But we do know temperatures are going to feel more like mid-December or even Christmas time in many places by next week, according to AccuWeather. Through the end of this week, the cold air kind of struggles to gain a foothold. Folks in the Midwest and Northeast can expect a significant temperature swing from one day to the next. A couple of quick moving storms bring a little snow to the northern tier of the Midwest and Northeast. But conditions are going to change drastically as this weekend, as a large, sustained push of cold air sweeps across the plains and the Midwest. The arrival of a winter-like pattern for much of the central and eastern U.S. is coming our way. Beginning this weekend, big dip in the jet stream forecast for the central and eastern states. This is going to be truly the first taste of winter for millions from this weekend to early next week. Big-time temperature drop, blustery winds, and that surge of chilly air will also briefly reach parts of the deep southeastern USA. What about the chances of snow? I'll give you more on that as we roll into a Thursday. Don't buy or lease another truck without first calling TEL. New trucks as low as $500 down. Call TEL at 866-404-6289.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you can start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code overnight100 to get rolling today.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Lance Pry. The government shutdown is in no man's land. The inability for either party to stop the nonsense hurting the American people in one way or another is just not cool. Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy explains the plight of the air traffic controllers that could lead to limited flights in America.
Tomorrow, they get a pay stub email on what their next paycheck is going to be. And when that pay stub comes out, that is also going to be zero. So they will have gone a month without any pay. And what we're finding is that our air traffic controllers, because of the financial pressures at home, are taking side jobs. They need to put food on the table, gas in the car, pay their bills. By the way, I do not want them to take side jobs. I want them to show up for work. We have asked them to show up for work, but I'm not naive to understand that they're trying to figure out how they meet their daily obligations.
Voters have elected Democrat Socialist Zohran Mamdani as the next mayor of New York City. Mamdani is set to become the first Muslim mayor of America's largest city. He'll take office January 1st. The mayor-elect last night, after being projected to win, he gave a tip to the hat to Andrew Cuomo's father, Mario, with a quote.
Expectations will be high. We will meet them. A great New Yorker once said that while you campaign in poetry, you govern in prose. If that must be true, let the prose we write still rhyme, and let us build a shining city for all. And we must chart a new path, as bold as the one we have already traveled.
America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Hi, it's Mark Falter, host of the Financial Fitness Show. I strongly believe that no one should ever pay 1 penny more in taxes than they are legally obligated. Unfortunately, for most hardworking Americans, this just isn't the case. Why? Because most people spend more time planning next weekend's getaway than trying to ensure they're going to pay less in taxes. My financial fitness team has put together some materials that I know are going to help you. It's the Tax Savings Kit. Tax Savings Kit includes 3 things: free tax analysis, top 10 ways to pay less in taxes, and an investor's guide to taxes. Now, how do you get it? Simple. 866-764-2635. Again, 866-764-2635. I'm Mark Falter. This is Financial Fitness, making personal finance profitable.
A new ADP report is providing some good news that the labor market is doing quite well in the United States. The report found that private companies added 42,000 jobs in October, and according to the report, all the job creations came from companies employing at least 250 workers. With that category, 76,000 jobs were added in the month. Thursday night football matchup will be an AFC West rival, all to kick off Week 10 of the NFL regular season. The division-leading Broncos battle the Raiders at Mile High Stadium in Denver. Meanwhile, an international game is back on the slate for Sunday when the Falcons and the Colts square off from Berlin, Germany. Turning Point USA is holding an event Wednesday night at Auburn University in Alabama. Republican Senator Tommy Tuberville was invited to speak at the lectern.
They have actively seeking to destroy this country and silence everyone, because when they get our values, folks, it's over with. And that's the reason we have to fight for our faith and fight for Christ. It's going to be your generation. And I'm telling you, as a so-called politician, politicians aren't going to help you. It's going to be your generation that's going to get this mess straightened out.
Lance Pry, USA Radio News.
Many Americans are currently celebrating the election of Donald J. Trump. If you'd like a deep dive look into the mass movement behind his political success, visit TrumpWorld.net to get your complimentary digital copy of the Trump World Bookazine from the New American. It's a 96-page special collector's edition, and for a limited time you can receive the digital edition for free. Visit TrumpWorld.net today for your free digital copy of Trump World. That's TrumpWorld.net.
Don't get stuck buying, or worse, leasing a used truck that's just going to break down. At TEL, we help owner-operators succeed with a new truck for as low as $500 down and affordable weekly payments with 24/7 support, plus access a network of top carriers. Choose an industry leader that has your back. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com. Use promo code overnight100.
It's no secret, today's diesel isn't as good as it should be. Diesel lacks lubricity. That can lead to fuel system failure, costing thousands in repairs. But you can prevent those issues with Hot Shot Secret products. Clean injectors, boost cetane, increase fuel economy while adding 4 times more lubricity than the leading competitor. Claims proven by real-world use and confirmed by third-party ASTM testing. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
You with us? Welcome back. Welcome aboard. Here we go. Here comes a Thursday. Shall we call it Friday Eve? I like that. Means the weekend just around the corner. Well, hello to Big John, who says, "Good morning, Steve." And you have a night crew. Hope everybody's doing well. Prayers for the family of all those involved in Louisville. All right, drivers, stay safe out there. Have a good weekend from your friend, Big John. Hello to Toby, checking in from Follett, Texas. Beautiful night for trucking, he says. Thanks again for the show. Yeah, safe travels to all out there. Also got an email from, hey, there's No Handle Dave checking in, giving us an update. I'll share that with you coming up here. Meanwhile, I got to get back to the calls, but it's something we're going to address this hour. There's been much discussion the last few days as this government shutdown continues ad nauseum. The president is suggesting use the nuclear option, as he put it. Eliminate the filibuster. Now, he offered I feel it was a rather compelling argument, but there's potentially very dramatic downside to doing that. Yeah, we'll try to explain it, break it down for you coming up here. All right, so hang on for that. Promised we'd get to the Indiana Road Runner as we get another hour underway. Meep, what's going on?
But the nuclear option, on the surface sound like a good idea, but I heard, some people, let's say, in the know how this stuff operates. It'd be a really bad idea because stuff like that would, best way to say it, just bite you in the butt in the future.
Could come back to haunt. Correct. Yep.
They bounced that one back and forth over the decades anyway.
Mm-hmm.
And it's bit people in the butt. And, of course, I'm out here traveling in the moonlight. You brought up moonlight a while ago. And I'm in Ohio now, right south of Columbus. It's cold here. When I was south of Cincinnati, it was warm. And somewhere going through Cincinnati, I guess they went through some kind of weather warp. All of a sudden, I had to turn the heat on. But I guess that's that time of year.
Yes, it is.
It's snowing. It's actually a cool night to be driving because you got so much moonlight, you can see good.
Yeah.
Back to the election in New York. There's some people that crunched the numbers today on that election. And in my opinion, the people that did not vote in New York, and they had, their voter turnout really did suck. But the people that didn't vote in the election voted for the communists, the socialists. And, of course, you had a three-way split there. So you had a hard-headed Republican there that wouldn't drop out that he had to know he was going to lose. If he would have dropped out, Cuomo, whatever how you want to say it, people make fun of his name. He would not have been idea, but he would have won, in my opinion. But socialists that did win, except when they crunched all the numbers, he got 12% of the people in New York voted for him. That's how bad the turnout was, plus with the split. So basically, the people in New York have allowed 12% of the other population decide that they're going to have socialism in New York. And, it's like this. People are so, can I say stupid? Yeah. The trouble with stupid people is they're too stupid to know they're stupid. Because you can't have all these freebies. Who's going to pay for it? The kids, we're going to stick it to the rich. Well, first off, there's not, there's rich people there. There's rich people everywhere. But you can take all that money. You only take it once, and it's assets. Anyway, and it's not, it ain't like they got, the old Donald Duck cartoons years ago. You had Mutt Duck or whatever, or Money Duck, whatever, and he had a money bin with, in the cartoon, in the comic books. This money is tied up in investment. It's in businesses. That is what They say millionaire and billionaire. So well, that's what their net worth is. That's their assets, and it ain't sitting in a money bin. It's just like they belly about Trump. Well, yeah, he's a billionaire. His billionaire is them buildings. You can't cash him. You couldn't take his money away from him because you'd have to sell everything. But they talk about like they're going to take over the government grocery stores. Well, who the hell's going to pay for the grocery money?
Right.
And then and what are you going to do? And what about the business? Some of the people, them grocery chains up in New York area, they've been around there for decades. And some of them are pretty. There's some you want to say famous ones. There's smaller ones. They're going to kill the smaller chains up there. These guys that that actually offer better alternatives, better food and stuff. And since I don't go to New York that much anymore, the names of them escape me, but there was just some, smaller chains up there. That these, just people that worked hard to build that, and if the idiot mayor would ever get that to work, he's going to kill a lot of business. And once he kills them, they're gone. And the thing is, once they're gone, his idea is not. Well, he just can't. Well, common sense is, you cannot just all of a sudden say, I'm taking over these stores and I'm going to give away food. Well, you're going to have everybody in the whole tri-state area go to New York to stock up. And you killed that business. If you could kill that business, well, they're gone. But how do you just take assets? They go in there and take assets away from them, and then they're going to have free child care, free this, free that, and then they're going to do away with bonds if you get thrown in jail. But who's going to throw them in jail because they want to get rid of thin out the police departments? Like somehow or another, crime's going to stop because you got rid of cops. We live in such a lawless country. I mean, the whole world's getting out of the way. People think we have crime because we have laws, and we have cops. The stupidity of the human mind just never it just fascinates me, I guess you want to say. But when I used to go to New York, man, there's crime, and I remember years ago before they started cleaning it up in the latter part of the 80s. But I remember early 80s, well, you couldn't make deliveries up there. There'd be idiots out there trying to knock pry your big windows over on your truck, and there was trash everywhere. And then they kind of cleaned it up, and it's slowly going backwards. Well, but they're going to really go backwards now. But because I'm just say this too, is I'm interested in see how much he can kick in, how fast. But I would say there's I look for there's been an exodus, people exiting New York for a while. I think that's going to really speed up now because people that work hard for their money and want to live, they're not going to hang around New York and let them take it away from them. They're going to go somewhere else, some friendlier state. And of course, the Texas thing, I can understand what the governor down there's got to say, but I don't know how you could stop them and put some kind of tax on them or whatever.
Right.
But, hey, it sounds good. But he's like everybody else. When the Northeast moved to the Carolinas, and the Carolinas slowly start getting screwed up. I remember years ago, the Carolinas was a great place to go because now the Carolinas is pretty highly the population has grown immensely. The road system and stuff is great compared to like 4 decades ago. But anytime you get a bunch of people leave the socialistic type states, like when they left California, people bring that crap along with them. their dumb ideas and they start voting for people that's going to have them dumb ideas. Because think about it, people vote with their belly, not with their brain anymore. And then, now you got people they're bragging like, oh, they got the Republicans on the run and the Democrats are kicking butt. Well, you got these blue states and they remain blue states. The only thing was some places they were hoping to turn some of the blue to red. The idiot up in Minnesota, whatever that pirate socialist, I don't know what that guy was a freak up there around.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think, was that Minneapolis?
I believe
or St. Paul?
Minneapolis, I think it was. But yeah, the Somali guy. Yeah, he was a weird.
Yeah. Yeah, he was weird. It was like, how did he ever get there in the first place? So that just shows you how screwed up Minnesota is. Because, years ago, we used to go up Minnesota back mid-'80s or something like that a lot. And I love that state. It is a beautiful state, nice people and everything. It's just a cool state. I thought, I'd love to live there. But, later on, when I got really, paying more attention to politics, it's like, how can such a beautiful state with smart people and a wide open country and great fishing and everything like that be so socialistic and so, it's not just a blue state, it's an idiotic blue state. Their governor and stuff like that, and of course when they had all the riots up there. Anyway, I think I got that halfway off. And then what else was I going to talk about? I just, I wanted to make sure, I wanted to bring that up, that the voters, the socialists in New York only won by 12% of the vote.
The populace.
The 12% of the population voted for him. But, so it's not a great win for socialism, but it just shows what happens when you let screwball people vote for you, and that's what happens. People that didn't vote, let the socialists decide what's going to happen. That's what happens a lot in this country anymore. We let we stand around good people doing nothing. It's bad people do what they do. That's the same with politicians. I don't know if you had heard on that plane crash too. A reliable, guy that pay watch or listen to or whatever you want to call it. It's a pilot. He said there was on that plane there was four. I got to cancel this thing. My GPS is talking in my ears here. Anyway, I'm still here. I didn't hit the wrong button, did I?
No, you're still here.
Okay, I'll make sure. Just get distracted when I got stuff talking in my ears.
Right.
And but anyway, I ain't telling you nothing you don't know. There's they call it 4 jumpers. There's 4 people in the jump seats on that same plane. And a guy I know real well home knows one of the mechanics at UPS that claimed one of their mechanics was on that plane. And people, cargo planes always had somebody, either pilots deadheading, or you might say somebody like an executive type riding somewhere. There's different reasons, but be interesting if that was true. There was for sure 4 people, but like I say, the guy that I pay attention to, it's a pilot, he said there was 4 people in the jump seats. But whatever, that is just, that was a horrific, shocking crash anyway. And I've always admired UPS because they're like the best of the best. They're run with a you would say with an iron rod how they do things. Sometimes it's the guys that are doing the deliveries, well, they work them to death, and they got UPS sometimes got a lot of dumb ideas. But when it comes to their pilots, they're the elite. One thing about it, if their plane goes down, it's got to be mechanical in nature. Now, I do know of one plane crash that it was pilot error, and sometimes it just becomes complacency got them, because There was a crash down in Birmingham years ago. But I don't know. It's kind of like I like flying, and since I'm semi-retired, I fly a lot. So I really pay attention to what goes on now when it's flying. But I've always admired UPS pilots because, they are the prima donnas of pilots, and they're paid very well to be what they are. And UPS runs a tight ship when it comes to their maintenance programs and stuff like that. Of course, the aircraft has, they're flying, what is that, the old DC, what they call them, DC-11s, I forgot, McDonnell's Douglas, I forgot. But anyway, that type of plane, has had its issues, but UPS hasn't had issues with it, It's an old plane, and when they rebuilt them things over and over again, and that engine coming off of it, there's just hellacious things, and I read a lot about airplane crashes, and I'd love to know why that engine came off. Anytime you lose an engine, it has a tendency, because with the mounts, it has a tendency to take things along with it.
Mm-hmm.
But the videos, like when you seen that fire, that reminded me of when the Concorde went down. The Concorde crash. You got a fire that you just think, you're not going to win. And then when you got that kind of flame on your wing like that, your lift is extremely gone, and you can see on that in one of the pictures where that left wing drug across the top of that building and basically ate the wing right off of it, and that plane went down on its side. It just, that thing slid a long way. And,
well, that's
the ride of your life.
That was a lot of fuel, and of course, how many packages, how many UPS packages were, on that plane? Their total weight. There's a little more detail. They say it was the McDonnell Douglas MD-11. That was the aircraft involved. It's been around for decades. Primarily operated now as a cargo plane for companies around the globe. Now, according to the Federal Aviation Administration data, the specific aircraft had a certificate issue date of June 29, 2006, that was set to expire in August of 2027. First delivered to Thai Airways International for passenger service in 1991. And Flight Radar website says the plane was converted to freighter configuration in 2006, beginning service with UPS that year. So that was a 34-year-old plane. What is the life expectancy? I don't know. I'm not the airlines guy. Manufactured in 1991, loaded with 38,000 gallons of fuel en route to Honolulu. Okay. Don Cox, an Air Force veteran and retired Southwest Airlines pilot, said the investigation here, this is going to be exhaustive. Anytime a catastrophic event happens to a plane, then typically that fleet, so the MD-11 fleet, is obviously going to be scrutinized, and I'm sure there's going to be an airworthiness directive or an initial inspection that has to be done before those airplanes fly again, just to make sure this isn't something that would be kind of like a repeatable offense. The Delta Flight Museum's website said the MD-11F aircraft reaches speeds 543 miles an hour and has a range of more than 8,400 miles. So a 34-year-old plane, I guess, slated to be decommissioned? What do you send it out to the aircraft boneyard, as they call it, in 27? Yeah, like anything, like everything, nothing lasts forever. Planes get old, our cars get old, the trains get old, your truck gets old. All right, so when we got a news break just ahead. When we come back, I want to address the president's statement via Truth Social, the nuclear option to end the shutdown. As I said, he presents somewhat of a compelling argument, but what potentially could be the negative fallout, the unintended consequences when administrations change. Does that make sense? Now, he points out the fact that he believes if in the midterms, if the Democrats take back control of the House, possibly, and the Senate, especially both, that they're pretty much immediately going to do it. They're going to do the nuclear, eliminate the filibuster. Hard to tell. It's, as Roadrunner said, this has been bantered around for many, many years. It's been discussed, but typically there's always been just enough leaning against eliminating the filibuster, realizing what the future possible negative ramifications could be, that it hasn't happened. They haven't done it yet. So, yeah, hold that thought. We had sentiments, I'll share with you both sides. One Senator Banks, who believes the president's on the right path, pushing to end the filibuster. Then you've got on the other side, Representative Ashley Hinson of Iowa, who explains her sentiment that to do that could actually help the Democrats. It's tough to swallow, tough to figure out. Operate under your own authority and choose your carrier. Tel gives you the freedom to run your business your way. Visit tel360.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Lance Pry. The government shutdown is in no man's land. The inability for either party to stop the nonsense hurting the American people in one way or another is just not cool. Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy explains the plight of the air traffic controllers that could lead to limited flights in America as soon as next week.
Tomorrow, they get a pay stub email on what their next paycheck is going to be. And when that pay stub comes out, that is also going to be zero. So they will have gone a month without any pay. And what we're finding is that our air traffic controllers, because of the financial pressures at home, are taking side jobs. They need to put food on the table, gas in the car, pay their bills. By the way, I do not want them to take side jobs. I want them to show up for work. We have asked them to show up for work.
America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Hi, it's Mark Falter, host of the Financial Fitness Show. I strongly believe that no one should ever pay 1 penny more in taxes than they are legally obligated. Unfortunately, for most hardworking Americans, this just isn't the case. Why? Because most people spend more time planning next weekend's getaway than trying to ensure they're going to pay less in taxes. My financial fitness team has put together some materials that I know are going to help you. It's the Tax Savings Kit. Tax Savings Kit includes 3 things: free tax analysis, top 10 ways to pay less in taxes, and an investor's guide to taxes. Now, how do you get it? Simple. 866-764-2635. Again, 866-764-2635. I'm Mark Falter. This is Financial Fitness, making personal finance profitable.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Sommers. It's the Overnight Drive.
All right, let's try to break it down for you here. The government shutdown continues. As we know, you have to have 60 votes. In other words, it has to be a bipartisan effort. To date, we've had, obviously, Senator Rand Paul, who has consistently voted with the Democrats. So there's one less Republican vote. Now, we've had the 3 Democrats. That's not enough. If there were 60 Republicans, the government wouldn't have shut down to begin with. If there were 60 Democrats, they could do whatever they want. So this whole term of the nuclear option, that's stripping away the 60 votes and making it to where one party, whoever's got 50 or more senators, you simply need the simple majority, 50. President's been looking closely at this. And this is what he had to say on, I think it was Tuesday. He says, the Democrats are far more likely to win the midterms and the next presidential election if we do not terminate the filibuster, a.k.a. the nuclear option, because it's going to be impossible for Republicans to get common sense policies done with these crazed Democrat lunatics being able to block everything by withholding their votes. For 3 years, nothing's going to be passed, and Republicans will be blamed. Pretty much exactly like they're doing now with the shutdown. Elections, including the midterms, will be rightfully brutal. If we do terminate the filibuster, we will get everything approved like no Congress in history. We will have fair, free, safe elections, no men and women's sports, or transgender for everybody, strong borders, major tax and energy cuts. we will secure our Second Amendment, which the Democrats will also terminate immediately. If we don't do it, they are far more likely to do well in the upcoming elections, which would mean a packed Supreme Court, 2 more states, and 4 more Democrat senators, referencing D.C. and Puerto Rico, and 8 more electoral votes. Remember, Republicans, they're going to end the filibuster as soon as they get the chance. We know this because they've already tried. And the only 2 people who didn't go along are now out of office. But they have a much less chance of winning if we have great policy wins after wins after wins. In fact, they will lose big and for a very long time. Terminate the filibuster now, end the ridiculous shutdown immediately, and then, most importantly, pass every wonderful Republican policy that we have dreamt of for years, but never got. We will then be the party that cannot be beat, the smart party. So you understand his argument. He's saying the Democrats, as soon as they get control, they're going to do this. And then there'd be no stopping him. He's kind of saying we're up against the wall. We're not going to get 60 votes on any sort of policy moving forward until the end of his administration, so nothing gets done, right? Senator Jim Banks, after meeting with the president, he met with them earlier in the day yesterday, said he agrees with the president. He said the Republicans should not let the Democrats block the president's agenda. He said, I understand the president's frustration after he met with Senate Republicans earlier in the day. President Trump's exactly right, Banks says. I understand. I'm frustrated too. I'm brand new to the Senate. Makes no sense to me why we have to comply with Democrats when we won the election. Noting that Republicans now control the White House, the House, and the Senate, which is a rare alignment, that should allow them to do everything that we've dreamt of as Republicans. It's not just about reopening the government. It's about balancing the budget. It's about voter ID laws. It's about codifying President Trump's tariffs, his trade policy, being tough on China. He argued that keeping the filibuster is just delaying the inevitable. We know the Democrats are going to nuke the filibuster the first chance they get. So why don't we move forward and pass President Trump's agenda and go down in history? I said the president warned senators that inaction could cost them control of Congress if we just sit back and don't do anything and give in to the Democrats. We're going to lose the majorities in the midterms. But if we move forward and we're aggressive and pass this agenda that we were elected to fight for, I think we win the majority. They said some senators remain attached to tradition and precedent. But you got to realize the Democrats are playing for keeps here. They're going to pack the courts. They're going to grow the Supreme Court. They're going to make Puerto Rico, Washington, D.C. states, giving themselves permanent power in the U.S. Senate the first chance they get. And Republicans don't fight back hard enough. President Trump has taught us how to fight. We need to take a page from his playbook, do what it takes to fight back, save the country, change the Senate rules, if that's what it takes to do it. It's not just about reopening the government. It is about passing our agenda and going down in history for saving this country. Then Representative Ashley Hinson, who's running for the open Senate seat in her state next year, rejecting the idea. President Trump calling to terminate the filibuster and get back to passing legislation and voter reform. Hinson said she's worried that what the Democrats will do in the event of a 60-vote threshold being scrapped, and warned Republicans may regret removing this procedural safeguard only to face consequences when they're in the minority. There's nothing on the table we shouldn't consider, but abolishing the filibuster would open the door to court packing, new states, sweeping legislation. Yeah, Democrats have already shown a willingness to push $1.5 trillion in wasteful spending for illegals during the shutdown. Removing the filibuster could open the door to do more drastic measures. Yeah, we talk about their proposal to spend $1.5 trillion. Then you look at stacking the court, or as Senator Banks said, maybe creating 2 new states with Democrat senators. The second we take that step to go with the nuclear option, that's all on the table for them. And you know the pendulum does swing. Now, she also serves on the Appropriations Committee in the House, described preserving the filibuster as telling the story to the American people about why Republicans need to hold the Senate. She contrasted her position with those Republican voices calling for the nuclear option, stressing that her top priority remains reopening the government and advancing the president's agenda, at the same time preserving the Senate's institutional role. But again, is the president right? Will they be able to get anything done between now and for all practical purposes, you're not talking about 2028. You don't have 3 more years. You've got basically 1 year. If indeed they take back House, Senate, possibly both in the midterms, it is for certain nothing the president wants over the final 2 years of his administration will get accomplished. Essentially, they would have 1 year if they used the nuclear option to pass as much as they could possibly get through. And would that then be enough for the American people to see, wow, the progress we're making? The economy comes roaring back to life. The energy policies begin to actually bring your fuel prices back to $2. All those sort of things could come into play. Grump, I know that's right up your alley. What's your take, brother?
My view on it is that the filibuster's been around since 1917, and it initially was 2/3 of the Senate, and in 1975 they lowered it to 3/5 of the Senate. I don't understand Trump's logic, really, because once you go down that path and he wants to pass all of his agenda, everything that he wants on his docket, and he says, I want this to be passed, let's hit it with a nuclear option and get it done. What does he think the damn Democrats is going to do when they take over? The first thing they're going to do is undo everything that he did. They've done it just like executive orders them. They're going to go right into it, and I think they need to keep the filibuster. The only time that they need to remove the filibuster and they need to vote on this is to pay the people. That's it. Just keep the government, the lights on, and the government open during their negotiations. That would be the only time that they needed to have a majority, a simple majority. But does Trump not realize that if the Democrats take over and you go nuclear option and you remove cloture, number one, it also affects impeachments and so many other aspects of the Constitution that will just take an up or down vote on a simple majority. So his logic is not there to me. I don't see it, number one, because if they get power, they're going to do every damn thing they're going to do, and it'll be the Republicans that will be blamed, number one.
Okay, but he's
removing.
But he's saying if he believes the way things are going, and you look at yesterday, I guess Tuesday as an example. Yeah, the trend is going to be the Democrats are going to take back the Senate, take back the House, and as soon as they do next year, they will then immediately do the nuclear option.
And there again, I don't understand where the big surprise was about yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
You know, the Democrats were waited to win every damn district, everything in those heavily blue states. You know, the problem yesterday was the Republicans put up 2 or 3 idiots to run against them. You know, I mean, look at Silva, that guy that, you know, the guardian angel running around with his damn red beret on, and you know, he's run before and didn't get 6% of the vote. He come up with 7.1%, a little over 100. I think it was 100 and something thousand votes. You know, I don't know where the big surprise is. They knew this was going to happen, and the what's her name, Earl something or another, that was running as governor of Virginia. Where in the hell has she been all this time? You know, Youngkin, you know, everybody knew him. I mean, he was out and about and talking and carrying on and running the state the way it should be run. But she was in the shadows, and her whole campaign was bitching about what the other person was going to do. You know, once in a while, you got to step out from that crap and explain exactly what you plan to do for the state. And, you know, I think that 60 vote margin is something that they need to keep, because for the simple reason that it does give the minority a voice. All right, if they're not going to get anything passed, then the Republicans need to pound that home that we're trying to get this done. This would help the American people. But the Democrats are on a no. And Rand Paul, somebody needs to primary that dumbass and get him out of there. He's done this time after time after time after time. He's another one that says Social Security needs to be done away with. We just write it off. You know, if people doesn't have enough money in their retirement funds, we'll have to figure something out. He's an idiot. He needs to. He's just like his daddy was. But it's just, you know, I just think when Trump steps into that and wants to go down that path, there is no putting that toothpaste back in the tube.
Well,
but Democrats are in power, they're going to do it.
But again, the question: if he doesn't, if you have Republicans, if we go along with the woman from Iowa, she feels like you that it needs to be. Do you feel that the Democrats, that's what he's sensing, this urgency, if they win the midterms, that they will immediately do it, and we will have lost any opportunity to get anything done, and then they will pretty much then be in power, I guess, forever. 26 winning the president, 26 midterms, 2028 winning the presidency. Do you think the Democrats would do that?
I'd like to know how they're going to do it. Are they going to take it in front of a federal judge and say that we want to do away with the filibuster? It's going to wind up in the Supreme Court, and it'll be a 5-4 decision against the Democrats. You know, I don't understand how they expect or how they seem to believe that they can get this done without some help from the Republicans. It's just, you know, Harry Reid did this on. He went to the nuclear option on getting judges confirmed. And what happened? They confirmed every damn liberal judge they possibly could. Trump's getting haunted today with that. You know, if it would have stayed at the filibuster, or they could have done a hell of a lot better job on vetting these judges instead of just, you know, an up or down vote. Yep. Let's put his ass in a robe and on a bench and start screwing the Republicans. That was basically what happened. You know, once they remove all of that, yeah, they can probably try to pack the court, but that would have to be something that you'd have to change the Constitution to do that. Is 2/3 of the states out here going to ratify that? I don't think so. It's the same way with guns. You know, in order to change the Second Amendment, they're going to have to go to the states to get it done. You know, does Trump honestly believe that red states are going to say, yeah, let's go along with the Democrats on this and get rid of all the guns? No, it's not going to happen. I just think once you start changing the system that we have in place, the protections that we've had for so many years, since 1917, when you start taking that away, Steve, and you start saying, we're going to change it because we want to get this passed and we want to get it done now. You know, it was like Trump saying, you know, that if he don't like how Mamdani governs, you know, or runs the city, then he's going to withhold funds from him. And how would he do that? I'm not sure how in the hell that would happen. You know, that's going to wind up in the court, and the funds are going to be released.
Right.
I mean, it's just, you cannot just pick and choose. The people, you know, especially after the Republicans have went so far and raised so much hell about an honest elections. You know, who's to determine what was an honest election? The guy got elected as mayor. All right, whether people likes it or not, he's going to be the next mayor of New York City.
Yep.
And if the people don't like what's happening, they'll throw his ass out. He won't be there twice. You know, let him make the fool out of himself. You know, once in a while, you know, you got to let somebody touch a hot stove to see that the damn thing's hot. It's going to burn you. And it just, you know, I just see things right now as everybody's got their hair on fire saying, oh, my God, we're electing socialists. Well, hell, they've been electing socialists forever. AOC, freaking Bernie Sanders. Look how long that old fart's been around. You know, he's been pushing everything free for years. Has it happened? No. It hasn't happened because they lay claim to this democratic socialism crap, which all that means is they want to take away capitalism. That's it. You know, we want to tax the hell out of you, and we want to decide who the winners and losers are. The people honestly think that they're going to do that. You know, it's like I had a family member, Knuckle, that wanted to run team with me on a truck. And he said, hell, we could split everything, cost, all this right down the middle. I said, sure, we can do that. I said, right after you write me a check for $45,000. He said, well, why in the hell would I do that? And I said, what do you think? I'm just going to give you half my damn truck? You know, no, if you want to invest in this business, you got to bleed a little bit for it. And this is something that these idiots that vote for people like this socialist don't want to do. They don't want to have any skin in the game. They want the government to pick the winners and the losers and make sure that they've got money. But the people that's doing it, you see Bernie Sanders on the stage, AOC on the stage, Mamdani on the stage. They're all standing up there touting how wonderful the democratic socialism is when 2/3 of the people doesn't know what the hell it is. And all it is socialism. They've just put democratic in front of it. And, you know, as far as these damn Democrats and stuff, you know, they need to be exposed for everything that they are. If you cannot get, you know, the Republicans are just going to have to suck it up and get on some of these damn shows, you know, that they don't want to go on and call these idiots out. You know, whether they like it or not, they're going to have to start marketing themselves a hell of a lot better than they're doing. Steve, they lose elections because they don't run. They don't get out and vote. It's like how many Republicans sat on their ass? You can't tell me that only 100,000 live in New York City. You know, they sat on their ass. They didn't get out and do anything. They looked at it and said, I don't like this guy. I ain't voting for him. And, you know, when New York City puts up a socialist and a disgraced ex-governor that resigned in lieu of impeachment, that's the two idiots that they got in the socialist wins. What does that tell people? You know, it tells people that nobody gives a rat's ass about the election process. They're just going to let it happen. You know, we'll see how he does because it's too much work for me to get off my sorry ass and go up to the polls and vote. You know, so it's, you know, I just think, man, I think this is a bad idea. Donald Trump wants his agenda passed so bad. You know, he wants everything, but they're doing a sorry job of selling his agenda. You know, the Democrats that are raising so much hell, you got Chuck Schumer, who's trying to hang on to his position as, you know, as minority leader right now. And he knows AOC's biting at his butt. You know, well, Chuck Schumer should have been out of office years ago. I mean, he's been as useless as a screen door on a damn submarine. He stands there with them glasses down on his nose, and he'll give some massive summation about why you shouldn't vote for this and why the other guy's so bad. But they never produce any kind of ideas or anything else that's worth a damn, but yet they get elected. And why did they do that? because nobody exposes their sorry asses for who they are. And that would be the Republican Party. The people that are in power today, they don't do anything except just sit there with their twiddling their thumbs, Steve, and going, well, you know, we can do a better job. Okay, let's get this bill up here and see how it works. Oh, you're a no, you're a no, you're a no. Okay, you know, that's the end of it.
Mm-hmm.
They can get up in front of people and say, you know, well, they're not gonna do anything. They're not gonna pass this. Well, why? You know, everybody, the filibuster should give somebody a say in the matter. Now, I would be working on 4 or 5, 6 damn votes right now that is Democrats that are in some areas that they could be primaried out, and you know, see if you can't get them off their butt to do some voting.
Try to get the pressure on, because that's all they need, right? They've three or four more Democrats. Hold the thought as we close out another hour. Lease with Tell and enjoy affordable payments and support that keeps you running smooth anywhere in the continental U.S. Visit Tell360.com.
At Tell, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call Tell at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Diesel owners know if you take care of your engine, it'll return the favor. Hot Shot secret formulates additives that help you prevent problems and boost performance. Diesel Extreme cleans internal and external injector deposits, and EDT increases fuel economy by up to 7.3%, scientifically proven by third-party testing. Add Hot Shot secret at your next fill-up to get the most out of your diesel. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
USA Radio News, I'm Lance Pry. At least 11 people are dead and nearly a dozen are hurt following the UPS plane crash in Louisville last night. That's the update from Kentucky Governor Andy Beshear, who was at the crash site today. Beshear says that there could be more deaths announced soon as the operation has moved from a rescue to a recovery mission. NTSB member J. Todd Inman Wednesday afternoon.
The plane lifted off and gained enough altitude to clear the fence at the end of runway 17R. Shortly after clearing that fence, it made impact with structures and the terrain off of the airport property. A post-impact fire ensued, which covers approximately almost a half of a mile. Now, we have viewed airport CCTV security coverage, which shows the left engine detaching from the wing during the takeoff roll.
The Supreme Court is now weighing the legalities of tariffs. The justices heard arguments today after the High Court agreed to fast-track the case. The tariffs will stay in place for now unless SCOTUS decides otherwise. A blast of Arctic air will be coming across the eastern United States this weekend. Temperatures are expected to fall from the Dakotas all the way down to Florida. Forecasters are saying the temperatures will drop 10 to 15 degrees below average. It was on this day in 1982, Jennifer Warnes and Joe Cocker started a 3-week run at #1 on the U.S. charts with a song taken from the film An Officer and a Gentleman, Up Where We Belong. Thanks for being there, my friend. It is well appreciated. America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
President Trump is voicing his disapproval of results in New Jersey's governor's race.
Speaking with Fox News post-election, Trump had this to say.
I thought that New Jersey would do better.
The president, unhappy the GOP candidate he endorsed, Jack Ciattarelli, fell to Democrat Mikey Sherrill by double digits. The congresswoman's big victory amid massive turnout helped put Passaic, Morris, Gloucester, Atlantic, and Cumberland counties back in the win column for Democrats. All 5 voted for President Trump in 2024. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
The Poway City Council member in North San Diego County that's being recalled from office is resigning.
Tony Blaine has announced his resignation from his District 2 seat. It comes the day after Poway residents voted overwhelmingly to hold a recall election for that seat, as Blaine faces several charges, including bribery and perjury. Blaine had been accused of trying to use law enforcement to silence critics, vote trading, destroying public records, and threatening recalls against other council members. I'm Jack Cronin.
A Florida nonprofit is pivoting in its efforts in Jamaica after Hurricane Melissa. Over the past week, Tampa Bay Gray Bull Rescue brought around 340 Americans out of the island nation in Operation Island Cross. Founder and CEO Brian Stern says they've shifted to getting relief supplies there.
But because of our network and our distribution capability, I can definitely move things in.
Lance Pry, USA Radio News.
In a study, it was found that 33% of 44 herbal supplements had no trace of the advertised herb. Don't let that happen to you. Hi, this is Dr. Mitch. If you want to ensure quality, go to TotalWellness.com. Supplements made for physicians, only now available to you too. TotalWellness.com, helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you're in the driver's seat, literally. Choose your carrier or operate under your own authority and drive a truck that works as hard as you do. Ready to roll? Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 and get $100 off your first lease payment. Call Tell now at 866-404-6289. That's 866-404-6289. And let's get you on the road to ownership.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
All right, we'll pick it up there, get another hour underway as we work our way into a Thursday. All right, start looking toward the weekend. All right, No Handle Dave. checking in via the email. Actually, not real happy about having to be the daytime driver. But he said, hey, Steve, just wanted to let you know I'm still out here listening every day. There's been multiple times I've heard something, wanted to comment, but that's the bad part about listening to the podcast and not the live shows. Anyway, we've had an exciting couple of weeks. It started on a Wednesday morning when I was about to leave for work. I heard water leaking in the closet. Went down to the basement, shut the main off. I had a plumber come out to find, it's an old galvanized pipe. So we could try replacing the bad section for $1,700 or do a total replumb of all the supply lines for $5,300. This house had so many mix-matched different plumbing repairs over the last 100 years, so we chose to do the right thing and not have to worry about it in the future. But the day just kept getting better. Wife went to get new dentures thinking insurance would cover most of it, only to walk out owing $2,700. But wait, there's more. On my way home from work, on a county road by the house, I had a dog that someone abandoned on the side of the road decide to walk out in front of me. I got home, noticed the bumper was all pushed in, the radiator I just replaced a year ago was leaking. Got that fixed, got the bumper fixed, and for the most part, to drive to work and realized it also broke the intercooler. Got that all straightened out over the past weekend. To go in the house and visit with our grandkids, and my heart started beating very irregular, but being a guy, I toughed it out. I was checking my blood pressure last night with our new machine, and let's just say it wasn't good. Still went to work today, but the wife met me in Greenfield on way home because she was making me go to the ER. Turns out I went into AFib, and since I waited so long, along with having very high blood pressure, I get to spend my very first night in 52 years in the hospital. Let's just say that so far I'm not impressed. Definitely not a 5-star hotel. But let me say to everybody, if you feel something that don't feel right, get it checked out. As high as my blood pressure was and as fast as my heart was beating, it could have been a whole lot different if I'd waited any longer. All right, heard your story about the UPS pilot's wife last evening. I made my wife go back and listen to that. That story kind of hit me, thinking about if something was to happen to me out here on the road, what my wife would be going through until she was able to know I was safe. Anyway, thank you for all you do and keeping us informed with the real news. Stay safe, drivers. And remember, if you feel something's off, get it checked out before it's too late. And maybe you can't get it checked out. All right, we're going to get back to the grump here. But this is where things were standing as of this past day. We know tensions are running high, right? Following Tuesday's election. Now, they're saying it didn't go the way Republicans hope, but as Grump pointed out, we pretty much all saw the handwriting on the wall. This wasn't really a big surprise, was it? In the aftermath, President Trump sees one clear-cut solution to these newfound Republican woes, and that is ending the filibuster. And any Republican who wants to get in the way is now facing Trump's unbridled ire. According to Axios, Trump held an eerily silent and uncomfortable meeting with Republicans this past morning. The president reportedly laid into his party, noting the GOP was losing the public relations battle over the ongoing government shutdown. The president also warned that Republicans are going to get killed and be viewed as do-nothing Republicans if they don't end the filibuster. Senate rules currently call for 60 votes for most legislation. saying, quote, if you don't terminate the filibuster, you'll be in bad shape. Speaking to senators during the public portion of the meeting, according to Punchbowl News reporter Andrew Desiderio, things got more intense. Once reporters were asked to leave, President Trump said the GOP is going to become a dead party if they don't nuke the filibuster. He added, President Trump got into it with Lindsey Graham after Graham tried to make the point that they can still use reconciliation to pass legislation with a simple majority, which the president snapped back. Lindsey, you and I both know that there's so much you can't do with reconciliation. So they're saying for his part, the president's not messing around, nor is he looking to waste any more time on the shutdown. Axios noted President Trump suggested the quickest way to end the damaging shutdown would be kill the filibuster by yesterday afternoon. President Trump clearly believes in ending the filibuster as soon as possible and doesn't want to hear other possibilities from his Republican senators. With that being said, ending the filibuster is very unlikely due to the numbers. Senate Majority Leader John Thune speaking to reporters this past day saying, quote, I know where the math is on this issue in the Senate. It's just not happening, he says. All right, Grump, welcome back.
You know, Steve, and, you know, this is more Trump. I don't know. When he does crap like that, it's more of him, you know, doing this, it's my way or no damn way. You know, look, the American people trusted the Democrats for over 50 years with Congress until Newt Gingrich, who was the 50th Speaker of the House, and the 104th Congress decided, by golly, let's sell ourselves a little bit. They got the contract of America sold to the American people and took the Congress back after over 50 years because they lobbied for things that was good for this country. And, you know, what gets me is when you look at some of these Republicans, you got the face of Marjorie Taylor Greene right now, you know, who is more concerned about that damn Epstein list than anything.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I'm going to read it on the House floor. Why don't you read something on the House floor, lady, that's going to do some good for health insurance on this to get the prices down? Because people are not going to be able to afford it. You know, and it seems like that's all that she's concerned with. And now she's defying Donald Trump on so much because her, you know, they had this little back and forth about that. I don't give a rat's ass about that damn Epstein list. Let's get some stuff passed in here. And when the people see that the Republican Party is really trying to do what's best for them, and that the Democrat Party is the party of disruption and chaos, then by God, maybe things will change. But Donald Trump has got to learn how to shut his freaking mouth once in a while and listen. I know he is the leader of the party, but when they're telling him he does not have the numbers, and he goes publicly out and starts trying to shame other members of Congress, guess what's going to happen? You're going to see more Rand Pauls that's going to be voting no than they are yes.
Mm-hmm.
And it's exactly the problem that we're seeing right now. So I voted for Trump. I'd vote for him again. I don't know if I would or not, but I voted for Trump. I like what he stands for. I like what he was trying to do. But once in a while, you got to get out and legislate. You have to lobby. You remember J.C. Watts? He was the congressman out of Oklahoma. One of the best congressmen that could get up and speak on the House floor. Black guy. J.C. was somebody that everybody liked him. Democrats, he could sit down in a room and talk to people. And when he left, he became a lobbyist out in Washington. Those are the people that the Republicans need to get back in touch with, was the old guard, the guys that had been around. I think J.C. left in, I don't know, it was 2002 or 3 or something like that. It's been a good while back. But, there is nobody that speaks for the Republican Party.
Mm-hmm.
It just seems, Mike Johnson is a hell of a speaker. I mean, he is a damn good speaker. He knows how to pass legislation, but it's a fight every time you turn around. Now, one of the smartest things that Donald Trump did was offer Matt Gaetz the to be the Attorney General if he didn't run for Congress again. Well, he didn't run for Congress, then boom. He knew damn well that Matt Gaetz didn't stand a chance on getting confirmed, but he was a firebrand. He was a loudmouth that would cause more problems than he was worth. He was a rich kid that was born with a damn silver spoon in his mouth and got handed a district and knew that he was in a protected district. But, hey, you know, that was one of the smartest things I think Trump did was to offer him that job. And I think everybody knew the reason why, is to get him out of Congress because he just kept disrupting every damn thing among the Republican Party. Well, who's doing it now? You know, I mean, the Republicans, if they lose elections, it's because they don't sell themselves the way they should. They don't have any ideas that relates to the people. You know, when you got some socialist that's standing up there on his little podium and stuff and saying we're going to have free child care for everybody. Who in the hell are they going to pay to do that? Government people? You ever stood in line at the DMV, you know, in places like that?
Yep.
You know, are they going to be the ones in charge? They wouldn't be in charge of my kid. I can guarantee you that. But you got people that resonates well.
Yeah. Why
would any person that has a child expect a taxpayer, an old lady or an old man or some young kid that's just starting out to chip in on taxes to pay for their freaking child care? That's selfish and it's stupid. But yet the Republicans won't stand up and argue that case,
yeah.
You know, or anything else. You know, they're your kids, take care of them. You know, and it's, if they lose elections, if they lose the midterms, and it happens all the time, whether or not the Democrats get rid of I don't think they will, because I think there's enough Democrats that understands that if they do it, they're on the same thought process as the Republicans are. If they do it, they're screwed, because they will lose power one day.
So Pappy wanted me. Do you know off the top of your head the process of ending the filibuster? And once the genie's out of the bottle, is there any putting it back? Do you know what it means? How do they end it to begin with?
The first thing to end the filibuster, they would have to vote on it as a group, as a Senate.
Okay.
They would have to bring up a bill in the House of Representatives, and it would have to go to the Senate to end any filibuster. All right. The House itself has a simple majority. You know, that's the way it's always been. That's the way it always is going to stay. But there's only 100 senators, and you know, of course, you got the vice president, who's the president of the Senate, who will break any ties.
Mm-hmm.
But they would have to vote on that, get it cleared to go through the Senate. All right, it would have to be a majority votes. Now, it would be tied up in court, because this has been the normal thing since 1917. So I honest to God, I don't see anybody getting rid of the filibuster. Even Nancy Pelosi was smart enough to say that wouldn't be a bright idea when old big mouth AOC was saying we need to get rid of the filibuster so the Senate can, you know, pass stuff that we won't pass. And they had the votes to pass anything they wanted. And you remember that during Obamacare on 2010, they had 60 votes. That was Democrat votes. They could have passed anything under the sun. Why didn't they pass the filibuster? Get rid of the filibuster at that time? Because it was something that was not popular, and they knew when they lost power that it would be put back and they would be screwed. I mean, they would do a lot of damn damage to somebody before that vote was returned, or before that cloture vote was returned back to the 60 vote margin.
Okay.
And it's, you know, it just blows my mind that one party, I don't care if it's Republican or Democrats, says that our vote is so important we don't want to hear from the other side. That's not what the people said. You know, the people, yeah, Trump won, all right? And like I said, I don't know if Trump won because people wanted Donald Trump back or because they did not want Joe Biden or anybody like him back. You know, that's still up in the air on that. But Donald's in there, all right? He needs to take a breath, number one, and he needs to try to lure some of the Democrats over to get this government open back up. Now, they may, like I said, they may try to do a simple majority on keeping payroll going, you know, and things like that. That could be something, that could be a bill that could be brought up in the House, and they could vote on it in the Senate. and say how many people would like to keep payroll going, just to keep payroll going. Well, Jeffries and, Schumer and them are not going to do it. They sat up there and they said, well, we got to sting the American people a little bit so they'll understand, what we're doing, what we're trying to accomplish. Is the American people really this damn stupid that they don't know what they're trying to accomplish? They want power back. They want power. And it's not just about this Obamacare subsidy. It's about illegals and everything else, because when Trump started kicking them out of this country wholesale, it pissed a lot of them off because they were counting on the census to come back and say, okay, let's count all these heads. We can get you more seats. But now it's looking a little bleak on how many seats that they're going to pick up. I mean, that 5 that they think they're going to get out in California, big deal, big damn deal. Missouri could change their stuff and get more seats out of Kansas City and out of St. Louis, but they're not going to. I mean, it's just one of these things that the more you look at it, it's a power struggle. It's not anything that's good for we the people anymore, to have to stand back and look at all the crap that these idiots are doing in Congress. Hell, I would vote for every damn one of them to get their walking papers. I don't care how long they've been there, how good they are. But let's try something new. Get some people in there that actually looks at the American people and says, I'm here for you, not for my damn legacy. Mm-hmm. And that, I appreciate Donald Trump, but he's an idiot if he thinks that they need to kill the filibuster. Because the Democrats will stick it where the sun don't shine when they get back in office, and they will get...
You'll rue the day. Now, who was that? James? Maybe that's the two that President Trump was referencing yesterday. James said, I remember the Senate Democrats when they were ready to nuke the filibuster in 2021. At the time, it was Joe Manchin and Kyrsten Sinema, the only two Democrats that were against and ultimately blocked it. So, Manchin, no more. Sinema, she's an independent now, right? Because that's the president referenced that the only two that prevented the Democrats from doing it previously, they're gone now. So I don't know. The president senses that they will immediately do it as soon as they get the opportunity. Would it be tied up in the courts? This is kind of like uncharted territory. Let's get to horse feathers. Hey, Mike.
Hey, morning, Your Honor.
Yesterday.
Yeah. So, anyways, you're talking there. So we have Republicans, we have Democrats, and we have independents in the Senate. How many independents are there, and are they voting on the Democrat side, or are they voting on the Republican side?
2 independents, and they 90% of the time, I think, they caucus with the Democrats.
Okay. So it seems like those are the first 2 we should try to get on the Republican side. But, yeah, I kind of see both sides of it, but I'm more on the agreement, I think, with Trump there. I mean, you turn it out, and you just make it a simple majority when the other side gets back in power, because, Barack Obama said, if you don't like the way things are, win an election. Mm-hmm. And the Republicans proved that could be done, and the Democrats proved it could be done as well. And, I mean, but sometimes
if you remember, though,
election, sometimes it's steal an election.
Even when Barack Obama said that, that we have seen then and since then, most everything that gets done is now via executive order, and that's Trump did it in his first term. Obama had been doing that. Biden did it, and Congress doesn't seem to be able to get anything done, no matter who's in control, as long as the filibuster exists, and that's I guess it's never going to end. But like you say, if you make it a simple majority, whichever side is in charge. I don't know. It's like Katie bar the door. There's no end to what one party could do.
No, and speaking of that, so here's going to be the problem: is that if the Democrats get enough majority in the midterm election, President Trump is done. They will impeach him. They will get him out. And so, I mean, not only does the Republicans have a chance of not getting
so we're going
through the midterm election or to 2028.
We're going to do a deja vu, right? From 26 to 28. They're going to impeach him on what? We're going to spend 2 years, absolutely nothing gets done. Well, everything. But, I mean, there has to be something legitimate.
Yeah. Well, that doesn't have to be. All they have to do is start throwing stuff up, and then it has to go through the process. And they're just going to make it go through the process until they actually find the one thing. And whether it's like Epstein or they say that he was involved, or he's a convicted felon, or you start naming it. We can't think of this stuff. It's kind of like second guessing what a terrorist will do. You just can't think of what the things the Democrats already have lined up. They have people working on this stuff already, and so don't doubt it. But anyways, to give over to New York City, did you see the first vacancy of office has come into effect there? The
fire
commissioner has resigned.
Yes,
the city commissioner.
Yeah.
Yes. So, that's the beginning of it. So, police and fire, watch out. And I don't know, as Grump said there about having the daycare, the free grocery stores. Who do you think's going to work in the grocery stores? Who do you think's going to stock the shelves? Who do you think's going to rotate products?
Well,
you think any of that's ever going to get done?
I thought he said he's going to mandate a $30 an hour minimum wage, so you're going to get free groceries, and all the workers are going to get their. I don't know. He's going to take it from the rich. Isn't that what he said? Oh, hold the thought there, but Tell gets you into a factory warranty truck with the maintenance support you need to stay on the road and out of the shop. Visit tell360.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Lance Pry. The government shutdown is in no man's land. The inability for either party to stop the nonsense hurting the American people in one way or another is just not cool. Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy explains the plight of the air traffic controllers that could lead to limited flights in America as soon as next week.
Tomorrow, they get a pay stub email on what their next paycheck is going to be. And when that pay stub comes out, that is also going to be zero. So they will have gone a month without any pay. And what we're finding is that our air traffic controllers, because of the financial pressures at home, are taking side jobs. They need to put food on the table, gas in the car, pay their bills. By the way, I do not want them to take side jobs. I want them to show up for work. We have asked them to show up for work.
America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Hi, it's Mark Falter, host of the Financial Fitness Show. I strongly believe that no one should ever pay 1 penny more in taxes than they are legally obligated. Unfortunately, for most hardworking Americans, this just isn't the case. Why? Because most people spend more time planning next weekend's getaway than trying to ensure they're going to pay less in taxes. My financial fitness team has put together some materials that I know are going to help you. It's the Tax Savings Kit. Tax Savings Kit includes 3 things: free tax analysis, top 10 ways to pay less in taxes, and an investor's guide to taxes. Now, how do you get it? Simple. 866-764-2635. Again, 866-764-2635. I'm Mark Falter. This is Financial Fitness, making personal finance profitable.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels leave injector deposits causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, including the tank, lines, pump, and the injectors.
Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Ready to take the wheel?
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
All right, I myself, like many others, trying to understand how the whole nuclear option thing works. It's like the proverbial genie in a bottle. Yeah, once you pop the cork and let it out, there ain't no putting it back. It's the way it kind of... So I did a quick search here. The nuclear option in Senate votes, the procedure to override a standing rule with a simple majority, okay? Avoiding the normal supermajority requirement to end debate or pass certain measures. It has been used to confirm presidential nominees, including judicial nominees, by eliminating the filibuster, which previously required a supermajority of 60 votes to overcome. This action fundamentally alters Senate rules, has been a source of significant political conflict between parties. And that's where, to me, it gets kind of confusing. I said, well, they've done it before. How can you do it sometimes and not all the time? I guess, so if I'm understanding this, once you go down the path, either side can use it. Whoever's in charge, whoever has a simple majority, I guess you can use it, do it over and over. How it works, it says a senator raises a point of order that goes against a current Senate rule. The presiding officer overrules the point of order. The decision is appealed by another senator. The Senate then votes on the appeal, and if it passes with a simple majority, it establishes a new precedent, effectively ending that old rule. Okay? So it's as clear as mud, right? It says the consequences. The use of the nuclear option is controversial because it shifts power. Proponents arguing it prevents obstruction. That's pretty much what the president's saying right now. It prevents obstructing his agenda. All the things he wants to accomplish. Opponents say it's a power grab that undermines the Senate norms. Okay, so once the genie's out of the bottle, there ain't no bringing her back, right? All right, Horse Feathers, welcome back.
Yeah. Thank you, Your Honor. So, is it about every agenda you have to eliminate that for, or is it just across the board that way? Then, if you because as you said, they've done it for judicial things and presidential nominations. So is it just on each and every individual thing they're trying to pass, or is it once you do it, it goes for everything?
And that's why I said it's as clear as mud. It's been used.
Yeah.
In 2013, Democrats used the nuclear option to end the filibuster for most executive and judicial nominees, allowing them to pass with the simple majority. 2017, Republicans used the nuclear option to extend the rule to change to Supreme Court nominees, confirming Neil Gorsuch, despite the Democrat filibuster. This year, the term being used in discussions about the possibility of eliminating the filibuster for legislative votes. It's not been done yet.
Okay.
So it sounds like on, everything in the president's agenda, whatever it is, if it's going to be a voting rights rule, they can use this, avoid the filibuster, but I guess they can do it over and over, right? And then as soon as the simple majority changes to the Democrats, they'll keep doing it.
Yeah. Oh, boy, oh boy. See why I didn't get into politics and became a truck driver.
I mean, it's, like I said, uncharted territory.
Yeah. Oh, we leave our lives to be ruled by lawyers. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I don't think I can add any more to that because I have no idea. Anyways, yeah. So New York City, I believe it was the fine, and the big thing is, and I'm sure Pappy can alike to this, is that even a word? Did I even make that up? Maybe Pappy can chime in on it. Would be to the amount of officers, and I know with Baltimore City, the fire department, people in retirement age, people that have years of service in that are qualified for retirement, if they decide they don't like what's going on, they're not going to stick around. And if they think they can take their money and run, their retirement and run and go to somewhere like Florida or Texas or Arizona and have their retirement and maybe get a second career, part-time or whatever, and enjoy life. I see a lot of people thinking about wanting to leave the city. It might be that Ross Perot, that giant sucking sound come along, and it's going to be interesting to see what happens. But I don't. As we all know, there's no way that it can be, the city can self-sustain with $30 an hour minimum wage. I mean, the $15 or $20 an hour minimum wage, which made the McDonald's Happy Meal turn into an $18 box. There's no way that New York City can do it. And the other thing is like we discussed one time off the air, New York City is not designed around grocery stores. Once you get out into the far suburbs of the boroughs, yes, there's grocery stores, but for everybody that lives anywhere, there's multi-story buildings, 10 stories or more. nobody goes grocery shopping. Number one, nobody has any way to transport groceries because they all ride mass transportation or taxi cabs. So you're not going to go down to your local grocery store like, all of us are used to doing with your shopping cart or your buggy or your basket or whatever it is you call it in your area. Fill it up, We go to Costco. Wife and I go to Costco. We use 2 carts. We fill up 2 of them when we go there. The people in New York don't know how to do that. They don't have any ability to do that because they carry everything in a bag, a tote bag. So they stop off on their way home from work or their way home from school or whatever, and they go into their little corner market, their little corner deli, and they get their dinner and they get their breakfast and they carry it home, and then the next day is lather, rinse, repeat, and they do not shop ahead. And we were talking here one time a while back, when we were starting to have some of these shortages, and everybody should have 2 or 3 weeks worth of food. People in New York City don't have that. They live day by day. They might have 2 days worth of food in their house. They might have some extra staples that would carry them over. I mean, a box of granola bars or something. But other than that, they don't have a full refrigerator or an extra freezer that's filled with food, and they don't have any ability to get it there because even if they could go to a grocery store and shop, when they get it back to their building, they have to carry it all up. A minimum of a 10-story building, you got to carry up 10 floors. A 40-story building, you got to carry up 40 floors. A 6, it goes on and on. I mean, you live in these buildings that are 60 and 80 stories. Your apartment's up there. How many times are you going to try to go up and down an elevator to, or get your food packed in an elevator or carry stuff up? It ain't going to work, and it's not the way it was set up. And anyways, but hey, to touch on the planes there real quick, you were talking about the MD-11 and how it started out as a passenger plane and was a complete failure, but because of its payload capacity and fuel carrying capacity, it made a great flight plane, a freight flight plane to transport the freight across the country for UPS, FedEx, and there's a third big company that's using them. And from what I saw, they aren't scheduled to go out of use until sometime in the 2030s. So at least another 10 years put on them in flight service. And their replacements is a Boeing 777, a version of the Boeing 777. I'm not sure exactly which one it is, and an Airbus A350. And that's a variation of that that's designed for carrying freight. But at this point, there isn't a whole lot of them been made, and they're not in production. But the other thing is you look at what UPS has done lately, with the loss of the Amazon freight and everything, they're cutting back. They're not going to be going out and buying new airplanes right now. They're going to make do with the fleet that they have, and they don't. There isn't the revenue to go out and purchase planes. FedEx has the same problem. They don't have the revenue to go out and purchase planes. And I think the number I saw, the MD-11s, I think they only manufactured somewhere around 200 of them, if I saw correctly. So, it's just, I don't know, it's kind of the nature of that beast is that, you don't have the amount of new planes out there on the market to get. And if there was, then, the companies that need them probably aren't going to, lay the finances out to do it, and, anytime soon until they need to actually start having to replace them because they're completely worn out. And I guess as long as this MD-11 stays, somewhat viable as their workhorse, it's gonna continue to be used. So just get around the airports, keep your head up, watch the skies, I guess, is the best thing. But anyways, other than that, Your Honor, that's about what we got going for you this morning here. I guess we're still in Maryland. I'm not sure. The wind's been blowing so hard there last night. I don't know where we're at this point, but just be careful. There's trees down, branches down, limbs down, and trash cans all over the place. And if you put your Santa Claus out there, Your Honor, and didn't tie it down good, Didn't secure it well. Your Santa Claus might be at the North Pole by now. I don't know.
There you go. All right, tie it down. All right, well, we return into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Thinking about becoming your own boss? Transport Enterprise Leasing makes it easy with new trucks, 24/7 maintenance support, and now you can save right from the start. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get $100 off your first lease payments. Call TEL today at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and take the first step toward owning your success.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With Rightway, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, Rightway helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. Rightway. Drive more, scale less. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
All right, I've got a more in-depth explanation, but I think as we were just kind of assuming, Grump said, yeah, Steve, it would establish a precedence, basically, on votes outside of, say, the confirmation process, where they've used it for the likes of Supreme Court justices. I guess it's never been used on regular legislation, like the president having some sort of a voter ID law that would have to have 60 votes. Once you go down that path, yep, you've opened the door. It sets the precedence. Thank you, Grump. That was kind of the way I was understanding it. All right, the two-time world champion bull hauler.
Morning, Steve. How you doing?
Hey, it's almost Friday. What do you say?
Yes, sir. Yeah. Hey, I wanted to listen to Grump and Horsefeather both made some really good points, and Grump kept mentioning about voting, and I agree that we need to vote, but then where I think it falls short is that we need to hold these guys and gals accountable after we vote for them. And I say that because I go back to, I remember when we were working on the hours of service deal for livestock, and Heidi Heitkamp was one of the senators that was helping us at the time, and then she got out of the Senate and she lost the governor's race in North Dakota, but she still stayed active with us. And I remember meeting with her up in Mandan, North Dakota in 2021, and we had a lunch with her, and she made a comment that I never ever forgot, that she was impressed about how a little coalition of 25 people got so active and so vocal that she could not do something about it, and she was remarking about how there was just constantly people calling her office and emailing her and sending her messages and talking to her people about this need for this exemption and this need for this hours of service for livestock. And it really opened up my eyes to the fact that I think what happens is that so many of us we go do our duty on election day, and we vote these guys in, and then we don't do nothing after that, and they just feel like they have free reign to go do whatever they want because they don't hear from anybody, you know. And I try to encourage people. We're the ones that are in charge here, Steve. It's not the Senate. It's not the president. We, the citizens of the United States, are the ones that are in charge. We're in charge of our own destiny, but when we just sit back and sit on our hands, because it's real easy to call the Steve Sommers show and bitch and moan about stuff. It's real easy to call your buddy and bitch and moan about stuff. But how many people are calling their senators and their congressmen and bitching and moaning about it? Because I guarantee you, I know from experience that they listen. And if we call them up and we hold these Republicans' feet to the fire, I think they'll get more active and they'll start speaking out. Now, it is hard as Republicans because we all have to work during the day, unlike the Democrats. So it makes it harder to make them phone calls. But that's just something I was thinking about when Grump was talking, is that we need to not be sitting back and just trusting these guys, because these politicians on both sides go out and say, this is what the American people want. Well, how do they know? Because we don't ever speak to them. I mean, we vote them in office, and we expect them to know what to do right. So that's all I wanted to say, is that, man, get on the phone and call it. Everybody has 2 senators and a congressman. Call them up and keep calling them, and get your neighbors to call them, get your friends to call them, because they listen to you. But if you don't call them, then they just assume that they can get away with doing whatever they want to do, you know. Mm-hmm. And it's up to us to hold them accountable. It's up to us to make the future for our own country. And I know that from experience. I mean, most of these guys on the CLD thing's a good example. I think most of these guys, they sat back and they let somebody like Oida handle it, and that's not a very big voice there. And look what it got him, you know. And I'm not saying that's a bad thing or that Oida's bad, but you need to, you know, if you got somebody out there lobbying for you, you need to go out and also speak for yourself, because your representative will listen to you. So that's all I want to say on that, Steve.
All righty. Great to hear from you there, the 2-time world champion bull hauler. All right, let's move to Pappy.
Thanks, Steve. Hey, do you hear me all right? I'm on this Bluetooth in this cruiser. Am I coming across all right?
It sounds all right.
Good point the 2-time world champion bull hauler just made, Steve. Let me add to that. He's 100% correct. However, when you call and you leave your name or you email them or whatever, first thing they look at is who this person is. Who just called in? Mm-hmm. Is he a voter? This is the truth. Listen to me.
Yep.
Is he a voter? Does he vote in primaries, or is it just presidential elections?
Yep.
Because if you're not a voter, they're going to crumble that email up and throw it in the garbage can. Good stuff here, man. Steve, this filibuster, I guess what had me confused is, did it take a filibuster to undo the filibuster? Right?
Right.
That's where I was at. So I thought I was pretty clear on they use this for confirmations, hearings, and whatnot, but it's never been used for a legislative
correct
issue.
Yep. And once you do it, then everybody's going to keep doing it.
Right. So it sounds to me like what you just said, though, and Grump, Senate rules are a simple majority vote will get rid of the filibuster. The Dems tried it once, they failed.
Correct.
And they will try it again, probably. Here, I'm leaning towards don't do away with it. For all the points that Grump made, we don't have to go back into all the points why. Why do it? Why not do it? Basically, it's consent of the governed, right? I think we're in a situation here where it's damned if you do and damned if you don't. If we don't do it, that's the big question. Steve, do you remember in 2018, after the primaries, we were up on the 6th floor smoking cigarettes at the top of the hour, shaking our heads in disbelief that we lost the House and the Senate. And that's what scares me. Steve, these Democrats are not playing around. We cannot underestimate them. And if they get in power, I think Trump's right. Make no mistake about it. They're going to filibuster the filibuster. And what the hell are we going to do then? And if that happens, did we blow our shot at trying to save this republic? You know what? We don't know the answer to this, and we might not never know. We might know in a few years. If we don't, right, try to do the stand-up thing and don't, because we believe in this country and in the republic.
And then, of course, what might the unintended consequences be, right?
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you could start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code overnight100 to get rolling today.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Diesel owners know if you take care of your engine, it'll return the favor. Hot Shot secret formulates additives that help you prevent problems and boost performance. Diesel Extreme cleans internal and external injector deposits, and EDT increases fuel economy by up to 7.3%, scientifically proven by third-party testing. Add Hot Shot secret at your next fill-up to get the most out of your diesel. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
USA Radio News, I'm Lance Pry. The government shutdown is in no man's land. The inability for either party to stop the nonsense hurting the American people in one way or another is just not cool. Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy explains the plight of the air traffic controllers that could lead to limited flights in America.
Tomorrow, they get a pay stub email on what their next paycheck is going to be. And when that pay stub comes out, that is also going to be zero. So they will have gone a month without any pay. And what we're finding is that our air traffic controllers, because of the financial pressures at home, are taking side jobs. They need to put food on the table, gas in the car, pay their bills. By the way, I do not want them to take side jobs. I want them to show up for work. We have asked them to show up for work, but I'm not naive to understand that they're trying to figure out how they meet their daily obligations.
Voters have elected Democrat socialist Zohran Mamdani as the next mayor of New York City. Mamdani is set to become the first Muslim mayor of America's largest city. He'll take office January 1st. The mayor-elect last night, after being projected to win, he gave a tip to the hat to Andrew Cuomo's father, Mario, with a quote.
Expectations will be high. We will meet them. A great New Yorker once said that while you campaign in poetry, you govern in prose. If that must be true, let the prose we write still rhyme, and let us build a shining city for all. And we must chart a new path, as bold as the one we have already traveled.
America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Hi, it's Mark Falter, host of the Financial Fitness Show. I strongly believe that no one should ever pay 1 penny more in taxes than they are legally obligated. Unfortunately, for most hardworking Americans, this just isn't the case. Why? Because most people spend more time planning next weekend's getaway than trying to ensure they're going to pay less in taxes. My financial fitness team has put together some materials that I know are going to help you. It's the Tax Savings Kit. Tax Savings Kit includes 3 things: free tax analysis, top 10 ways to pay less in taxes, and an investor's guide to taxes. Now, how do you get it? Simple. 866-764-2635. Again, 866-764-2635. I'm Mark Falter. This is Financial Fitness, making personal finance profitable.
A new ADP report is providing some good news that the labor market is doing quite well in the United States. The report found that private companies added 42,000 jobs in October, and according to the report, all the job creations came from companies employing at least 250 workers. With that category, 76,000 jobs were added in the month. Thursday night football matchup will be an AFC West rival, all to kick off Week 10 of the NFL regular season. The division-leading Broncos battle the Raiders at Mile High Stadium in Denver. Meanwhile, an international game is back on the slate for Sunday when the Falcons and the Colts square off from Berlin, Germany. Turning Point USA is holding an event Wednesday night at Auburn University in Alabama. Republican Senator Tommy Tuberville was invited to speak at the lectern.
They have actively seeking to destroy this country and silence everyone, because when they get our values, folks, it's over with. And that's the reason we have to fight for our faith and fight for Christ. It's going to be your generation. And I'm telling you, as a so-called politician, politicians aren't going to help you. It's going to be your generation that's going to get this mess straightened out.
Lance Pry, USA Radio News.
Many Americans are currently celebrating the election of Donald J. Trump. If you'd like a deep dive look into the mass movement behind his political success, visit TrumpWorld.net to get your complimentary digital copy of the Trump World Bookazine from the New American. It's a 96-page special collector's edition, and for a limited time you can receive the digital edition for free. Visit TrumpWorld.net today for your free digital copy of Trump World. That's TrumpWorld.net.
Transport Enterprise Leasing, founded by a U.S. Army veteran, proudly supports those who've served. Veterans receive a $750 discount on their lease deposit with 24/7 maintenance support, national parts discounts, and interest-free financing. TEL is committed to your success. Call 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100 or visit tel360.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, back Back at it as we cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast. Yeah, got a Thursday, 6th day of November. I found a decent breakdown, explanation of this, all this stuff that's for those who don't pay a whole lot of attention to politics, or even for those that do pay a lot, but a lot of this is kind of like uncharted territory. So the president has zeroed in on a new target to break the deadlock of the government shutdown. Eliminate the filibuster, right? Two separate posts on Truth Social calling for that. Quote, terminate the filibuster, not just for the shutdown, but for everything else, he wrote. He said Democrats would end the filibuster immediately as soon as they get the chance. Our doing it will not give them the chance. So, in parliamentary lingo, the process of using a simple majority to vote to eliminate the filibuster has been called the nuclear option. A president pushing to nuke the filibuster can make a difference, according to a political scientist at Arizona State University. President Woodrow Wilson supported the first of several filibuster workarounds, which was enacted in 1917. We know President Trump has secured congressional Republicans' support on most issues here in his second term, but they have not acceded to his desire to end the filibuster. Majority Leader John Thune reiterated his opposition of eliminating the filibuster, joined in opposition by several other Republicans, including Senator John Curtis of Utah, Lisa Murkowski of Alaska. So if these Republicans hold firm against eliminating, the president will not have enough votes to end the practice. The nuclear option, how could they deploy it? They say the mechanics are complex, even by standards of parliamentary maneuvers. A series of carefully choreographed steps. The gist is the majority party would move to change the supermajority rule through a series of votes that require only a simple majority. Now, the nuclear option does not have to entirely eliminate the filibuster. It could be used to eliminate it for certain purposes, a tactic that has been used by both parties in the past dozen years. We mentioned 2013, 2017. Does it have staying power? It would be possible to narrow the filibuster further by eliminating it for the spending bills at issue in the shutdown fight, without eliminating the practice for all legislative business. I think Grump was kind of saying that if they could eliminate the filibuster for the likes of let's pay the military, let's pay this, certain items. Some Democrats tried during the Biden presidency to end the filibuster for voting-related legislation, which would have benefited a Democrat-backed election bill. It did not succeed. One argument against ending it is today's political majority could become tomorrow's political minority. Republicans have historically appreciated the filibuster more than Democrats have, since the filibuster makes it harder to create new federal programs, which is a common goal of Democrats. They have a different reason, Democrats that is, for preserving the supermajority rule. Every state receives 2 Senate seats, regardless of population, because most states today tend to vote the same way for president and Senate, and because more states are reliably Republican than reliably Democrat, Democrats are at a long-term disadvantage in the Senate. As a result, Democrat senators will want to have continued access to the filibuster. Yeah, there's another argument against eliminating the filibuster. It gives any single senator greater power within the chamber. Many senators would loathe to give up a significant amount of personal leverage by ending the filibuster, even if it was to benefit their party. All right, so end it for everything. That's the president's line of thinking right now. Welcome back, Piping.
Thanks, Steve. You know, the Republicans have always tried to play nice, Steve. And the Democrats just flat out don't. It's like being in a boxing match with the Democrats and they got glass in their gloves and they're punching you in the face, scraping the hell out of your face. And you look at the referee and he just shrugs his shoulders like, well, you should have brought glass to the fight, pal. And we never do. I guess another thing that I was a little didn't understand is when Grump said, you know, they'll just take it to the Supreme Court.
Mm-hmm.
I don't understand how the Supreme Court would even get involved in this if the Senate changes the rules by a Senate vote and it's done, I guess, legally. How does the Supreme Court even get involved? There would have to be, I would think, something in there that said the interpretation of this rule is off, or something to that effect, for the Supreme Court to even get involved. Said it before, I'll say it again right now. These times we're living in are not like any other times in our history. Said it last night, and I don't know, Steve, I'm just saying, man, was last night the start of a new wave for these Democrats? Just like the MAGA movement came about. Like the Obama movement came about. I don't know. Guess only time will tell. Big question here is, what are these independents thinking? All this negative feedback about Trump going into L.A. and Chicago with ICE. I mean, we know how the Democrats feel. We know how the Republicans feel. But what are the independents leaning towards about all this?
Yeah.
That's what's always won the elections. It's the take on independence, man. I understand why he's going into Chicago, going into L.A., California. Man, I truly get it. Part of me says, you know what? They want to have these people here, let them live that life and pull out and go where you're wanted, right? Go to the states that want you to remove these murderous criminal illegals. I don't know. These are big issues, and it's well over my head. That's for daggone sure. But we can't underestimate the left, man. As soon as you do, they will stomp all over you. So I just hope that last night wasn't a sign of things to come in our future. Because we're all scratching our head, right? It's not a surprise, and that's the thing. None of us were surprised. You kind of scratch your head. How do you vote for this guy? I saw a poll where they polled the people in New York. They asked the question, do you consider yourself a socialist? I think it was maybe almost 20%, maybe like 20% said no, 80% said no, and only 20% said yes. So how do they vote this guy in? you get my email this morning?
Yes.
About 6, 7 o'clock?
Yeah.
So I got an email. I won't say who or from, but somebody in the know, that there was several bomb threats made.
Yes.
Right? At the Republican precincts. And then I saw something somebody put out in an article where I guess a lot of the voting machines just happen to go down in the Republican precincts. Another thing we got to fight is this fraudulent voting. And when all you need is an ID to go in and vote and not proof of citizenship, that's why we need to get these illegals, and that's why they brought them in. That's why we need to get them out. Real quick, I'm going to say something about the Epstein file, and then I'm going to get off here. Listen, I hear where Grump's coming from. Do we worry about price of gas going up, or is sex trafficking of children a more important issue? And that's where I was leaning towards this Epstein file. The voters, Steve, this was a big issue for the voters. However, they blew it, man. They totally blew it. And I think Grump's right. Let it go. Let's move on. It is what it is. But I think that's why Margie Taylor Greene is still ranting and raging up there, because we're talking about sex trafficking. It goes above and beyond Epstein. Major issue, and we were just talking about it a couple nights ago. This is a major issue worldwide, and are we just going to stand by and let it happen? I appreciate you taking the call, Steve. Great call from Grump. Very informative.
Hang on. Speaking
of, obviously know.
Hang on just a second. Go ahead. Grump actually wanted to. He wanted to chime in with you there. Go ahead, Grump.
Hey, Pappy. Hey, what my reference was to the Supreme Court was that right now, if the Democrats was to regain power and they were to go do away with the filibuster and go into the nuclear option, my thoughts are that that right now we have a 5-4 Supreme Court. That majority of the time, the Republicans would have a good chance of fighting that legislation in the Supreme Court if it was something, since the Democrats just decided, well, hell, let's just do away with to get our agenda passed. It could be something as radical as open borders. It could be something as radical as amnesty, things like that. That would give the Republicans something to fight with. But if they go down this route right here and they do away with this filibuster, they just lost it. They just lost it. And the best thing to do is, if the Democrats do it first, then they do have the Supreme Court that they can fall back on blocking some of this legislation as radical, as something that precedent has never been set before. The second thing that I looked at was the simple fact that the Congress, they could get a bill together in Congress that would go through Congress, go through the Senate, and it would create basically a safety zone for federal workers, first responders, people like that their pay would not get stopped. They could eliminate that portion of any kind of government shutdown. Mm-hmm. They could take that part out, and the things that would get blocked would, of course, or get stopped would be public parks. And if they had a brain in their head, they would write it in there that all congressmen and senators' pay stops, and so does all their staffers. I mean, right now, a staffer that was making $38,000 a year 12 years ago is making, $92,000 to $100,000 a year now. That even the interns are up there making $100,000 a year. So that would be something for them to look at. But if the Republicans, like I said, if Donald Trump was to succeed in getting this filibuster done, he's done. He is. Whatever happens after that, he will not have a leg to stand on because they started it, and the Supreme Court would probably not even hear the case. But if the Democrats were to push some radicalized, we're going to get amnesty together, we're going to do this, blah blah blah, get this passed so that we can open the borders back up and let every illegal we want in here, then they do have a recourse on filing suit and getting it blocked, and it would be elevated up to the Supreme Court.
Well, I totally agree with what you said about passing these bills. But I think you might be giving the Supreme Court too much credit, man. I don't know. But then I guess my theory is if the Senate has rules on how to change the rules and it's done legally by voters of the Senate, I don't know how the Supreme Court, hey, you voted it. You voted to change the rules. The rules were changed. I don't see how the Supreme Court could say, well, no, that's too radical.
Well,
I don't know if they would even get involved in that.
When you look at the filibuster right now, that gives the minorities a voice. That's why.
Yeah.
It's not just one party rule. All right, one party can just completely screw everything up. Now, if the Democrats were to get in power and they wanted to remove the Republicans' voice in anything at all, and the Republicans represent half the country, all right, if they was to remove that one half of the country and say that we're gonna open the borders up and allow amnesty for everybody just because we want it, it would help us. Then the Republicans have something to fall back on. They have a lawsuit that they can put into place and say, no, you just destroyed a system that's worked since 1917. And my point is if the Republicans, once that toothpaste is out, it's not going back in. Once they do that, then they establish the precedence that we are a one-party rule of the Senate. We're going to do what the hell we want to do. If the other side doesn't like it, we're still talking half the country. Half the people in this country. We're still talking. They may have a majority, but that doesn't matter. It does not matter when you have something that's worked since 1917. All right, and they know it's worked since 1917 because that's the only way that they could ever stop the fighting that ever happened. Now, you just got radicals on both sides. But you have more radicals in the Democrat Party that's wanting to change every damn thing, and it didn't come about until AOC and that bunch of idiots that come in, under the squad, and Jeffries, who got elected, in 2013. He come on right off the bat, smarting off, being a jackass, and they're wanting to radicalize every part of the government now, and do away with things that has been established as established procedures that has worked, to give every person in this country a voice. And when you start taking that away and just saying, nope, it's going to be one side only and one side, that's it, we're going to do whatever we want to this country. See, like I said, in 2010 when they were passing Obamacare, the Democrats had 60 votes. They could have done anything they wanted at that point in time. They could have did away with the filibuster, but they stepped up and said that would be a mistake, number one, because it would come back to bite us in the butt. Now, Donald Trump is wanting to do away with the filibuster, and does he not understand that the Republicans are not going to be in power forever? I mean, look at it. It took the Democrats were in power of Congress for 58 years until Newt Gingrich and 104th Congress convinced the American people that, hey, we can do a better job. All right? And they did do a better job with Contract America and so many other things. But, when you start removing half the country or start removing that opposition voice, then you're screwed. Lauren brought up a good point. I talk to my congressman all the time. I'm discussing trucking issues with them constantly. Congressman and senator. Roy Blunt lives right down here in St. Joe. I had talked to him on numerous occasions about trucking issues, things that they didn't know about, or that was concerned, and he'd call and, hey, can I get your opinion on something? once you start getting involved in these processes and you start putting your voice out there, then your congressman and your senators goes, well, hey, these people want to be involved in this. It concerns them. Why don't we take this into account more? And yeah, they will look and see who's voting and things like that. But they're not just going to tear up somebody's. They're going to read your stuff. I mean, that's just the way it is. You fax it in, you can send it in, email, stuff like that. But the important part is that you hold them accountable. And that's something that we haven't done. Now, the American people, that's what the voting process does a lot of times is we hold our elected officials accountable. But when the Republicans are not selling themselves and they're not selling their ideas that's good for this country, that's going to bring jobs and things back, when you got the other side that is saying, the hell with them jobs and all this other stuff, we can get these people to work their asses off and you can set on yours. That's exactly what they're doing right now.
Grupp, I agree 100% with everything you're saying. I guess what scares me is that these Democrats, I mean, they're more radical now than they were when Obama was in. If they do away with the filibuster and they stack the Supreme Court, we could be in a world of hurt. And listen,
the only way they're going to be able to...
I don't know. I'm leaning towards you that, listen, man, we keep the filibuster and roll the dice and see what happens.
Well, the only way they're going to be able to change and pack the Supreme Court is, number one, change the Constitution. And, they've went back and forth over that. 9 is a working number. It would be one of the comments that was made during Obamacare and when they were trying to get it was brought up, let's just pass the single-payer system. Even Barack Obama, as dumb as that guy is and as arrogant as he is, said we would never regain power because people don't want to give up what they've got. We can try to make it better and get all these, these other people, blah, 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 and this and that. Well, that's exactly what would happen if they was to look at this and say, we're gonna get more justices on there. For what? Just to say yes? It's not the justices that...
Yep. And right there, I gotta get to my news break, gentlemen. Good stuff. Thank you very much. We pause. More after this, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Lance Pry. The government shutdown is in no man's land. The inability for either party to stop the nonsense hurting the American people in one way or another is just not cool. Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy explains the plight of the air traffic controllers that could lead to limited flights in America as soon as next week.
Tomorrow, they get a pay stub email on what their next paycheck is going to be. And when that pay stub comes out, that is also going to be zero. So they will have gone a month without any pay. And what we're finding is that our air traffic controllers, because of the financial pressures at home, are taking side jobs. They need to put food on the table, gas in the car, pay their bills. By the way, I do not want them to take side jobs. I want them to show up for work. We have asked them to show up for work.
America's News Network, USA Radio News.
If you want 5 free classic radio shows to add to your library or listen to them anytime you'd like, just go to 100radioshows.com. There's 5 shows waiting for you. Fibber, McGee and Molly, Suspense, Jack Benny, Gunsmoke, and Richard Diamond, Private Detective. They're yours free. Just put your email in. We'll send you an email with 5 links. The links never expire. The shows sound amazing. They're yours as our gift. At that site, 100radioshows.com, there are hundreds and hundreds of additional classic radio shows for purchase. If you decide to buy any of those shows, use the promo code
radio.
That's right. Use the promo code.
Word is
radio. If you do that, you'll save 70% on your order. Now, that's done at checkout. Make sure you put the promo code in. Save 70%. Get some free classic radio shows at 100radioshows.com. At 100radioshows.com.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability for over 20 years. We've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, back at it here. I think I found the break. Eagle earlier was talking about the sheer numbers. Who was it mentioning that? It might not have been Eagle. Somebody else. Either way, that it was a very, very limited number of people in New York that actually voted for Mamdani. Of course, the famous pollster Rasmussen, Scott Rasmussen, kind of broke it down this past day. He said after wins from the far left Democrat and socialist candidates, there's growing concerns the party has taken a major turn that will cause wide divisions and ultimate defeat for the party in the midterms. Yes, they won all the key races, but the races are not as decisive as some people want them to be, according to Rasmussen, RMG Research. Sat down for a one-on-one interview this past day. He says the reality is only about 1 out of 9 New Yorkers voted for Mamdani. Yeah, Mamdani ran a good campaign against former New York Governor Andrew Cuomo, of course, who is a deeply flawed candidate. As for New Jersey and Virginia, he said these are both Democrat states, so the wins are not surprising. we also have to remember that these kinds of races with low turnout, off-year races, are dominated by groups who typically vote Democrat, especially people with a postgraduate degree. Yeah, the ongoing government shutdown likely played a part, particularly in Virginia. But the impact across the nation's growing. When we first polled on this in the earliest days of the shutdown, hardly anybody noticed anything was going on. As of yesterday, 44% of voters nationwide say they've been impacted by the shutdown at least to some degree. 16%, so 1 out of 6 voters, said they've been impacted a lot. Yeah, we're starting to see the impact, flight delays and other things. And I think we're going to see those numbers continue going up. And yes, voters hate shutdowns. They blame the party in power. That's historically the way it's been. The Democrats knew that. They've known this all along, and this has been the ploy leading up to, Tuesday's election. 844-844-3388. All right, let me get to Pup. Eagle back on board. Gilligan got you coming up ahead as well. What's going on, Pup?
Hey, Steve. I'm in the boat with Pappy. You've got to really be naive as radical as the Democrats are right now that they ain't going to get rid of that filibuster. And I'm all for them getting rid of it, but if they wanted to try one more thing before they did, is go back to the old rules of the filibuster, not Schumer just come out and say, hey, we're filibustering, and then they all leave and then go play tennis or whatever the heck them bozos do.
Mm-hmm.
They got to stand right up front and read and read and read and do whatever and talk and talk and talk. But another thing, if they would happen to get rid of the filibuster, that would help a lot of things. But as far as getting things passed. But before they did that, I think Mr. Trump ought to address the nation saying, hey, we have tried and tried. We need 60 votes. They don't want to do it. We got Americans that aren't getting paychecks. So this is why we're doing it, that. And now, as far as Trump goes, it does not take an amendment to pack that court. It says we have to have the court in the Constitution, but there is no number. So why they've got that filibuster down, they need to go through and make a law that says and hold it at 9. Because if you don't think they get in charge, first thing that they're not going to do is change that to 15. And as long as they've got rid of the filibuster and they're going to get every radical judge in there that they can, you're naive. But the number of the Supreme Court is not in the Constitution. So as long as we have the Supreme Court, then everything's fine.
Mm-hmm.
I think they ought to just limit the number to 9 and make a rule on that. And now I think it would have to take a constitutional amendment or ratification of the states, like if they wanted to get Washington, D.C. in there and
Mm-hmm.
Puerto Rico. I'm not 100% sure, but Joe Pags had the doctor senator on from Kansas today, and he's not all for the getting rid of the filibuster. And it was his idea. I thought, you know what? I remember that when I was a kid because they would stand up front and read names out of a phone book or newspapers or anything else like that. But as radical as that party's getting, I believe Mr. Trump's right on them getting rid of that filibuster. And they're just going to go all wild. That's my 2 cents. So. Good show. Sitting back listening. Bye-bye.
Pop, thank you for checking in. Have a great morning. There you go. All right. See you. Eagle. Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Hey,
you over here?
There you go. What's going on, Eagle? Welcome back. Yeah, we got you.
Okay, yeah. I want to talk about the sports for a minute. Everybody covering the situation with this politics. I said what I had to say about that earlier. So I'm going to move on to this sports. And some of the games that's going to be played this weekend. First of all, your team, Cincinnati Bengals, they got a game coming up speaking of, let me move on. Let me say something about the Thanksgiving Day games, because that's the games, they're going to be played on November the 27th. Got 3 games on, used to be in the old days, Steve, with Detroit, back in the 90s and 2000s, they used to ruin my Thanksgiving. Detroit Lions, they were so bad, the team, but Detroit finally got a good team. They might want to be one of the best teams in football now, top 2 or 3 in football. They actually exciting to watch right now. So that'll be the first game on Sunday. You actually can eat your meal without throwing up, watching it. The second game is going to be second game is Kansas City and the Dallas Cowboys. Now, that's the game. I believe the Cowboys will get blown out again. They'll probably get embarrassed on Thanksgiving Day. Again, the Cowboys, they don't have no defense. They almost 30. I think they rank one ahead. I think there's 32 teams in football. And Cincinnati is the worst, and I think Dallas is just one team above them in defense, the worst defense in football. So there's Cowboys probably get embarrassed. Then the night game, I haven't checked on the night game. They got 3 games that start at 7, 8 o'clock. I'm not sure who's playing in that one, but
that's actually
they got a pretty good schedule.
That's actually the Bengals and the Ravens playing there on Thanksgiving night, 8:20 p.m. Eastern.
Okay, yeah. Hopefully Cincinnati, hopefully they had their defense in order by then, and so they don't get embarrassed. They get embarrassed on Thanksgiving night. Yeah, you don't want to get embarrassed like that. So we'll see what happens. Hopefully Cincinnati can get everything in order in the next couple of weeks. They got time, So, but those are the games. So they got some pretty good games on Sunday. Now, getting back, let me move to college football right quick. There's rumors. Nick Saban. I like Nick Saban. The only thing I don't like about him is he needs to just go. It's either a yes or no answer. He won't answer the question. There's rumors out there saying he's in line for the LSU job. He coached the LSU a long time ago and won a national championship. And one of the people asked, he said, "Well, are you interested in the LSU job?" And he just said, "Well, we'll see what happens in the future." It's just a yes or no answer. In the speculation, let people know if you want the job, just say, "Okay, yes, I'm interested." If they call me, I'll take a phone call, but he won't even do that. So we don't know what Nick Saban gonna do in the next couple of weeks. He might take the job, he might not. Now, as far as the games go, I believe that this is a trap game. I told you this other day for Alabama, because see, they think hopefully they're thinking like that. They think that LSU is without a coach. Their coach got fired last week or 2 weeks ago, and they figure, okay, well, we don't have to. This is gonna be a walkover game. LSU ain't got nobody coaching. They got an interim coach, so we should be able to walk over these guys. And now, because they got a big game the following week, they got to play. I think Oklahoma. The fall, so they might be focusing on Oklahoma and forget about LSU, and they could lose this ball game. The only good thing they really got going for is being played in Alabama and Tuscaloosa. So we'll see what happens with that. But that'll be a big game to watch. Because, like I say, LSU, they might be fired up, to show their new coach that they can, do something, and they might actually show up and play a good game on Saturday. And the other game that they got going on is, I think Ohio State. They play another walkover game, but Ohio State is clearly, like I say, the number 1 team, and in the U.S. and Cincinnati. Indiana. They keep on winning, but I believe that's going to come to an end when they play a top school. So Indiana, they'll probably finish the season undefeated, but we'll see what they do in the playoffs. Now, one quick note, right quick, if I hang with you, Steve, about the situation with the truck driving industry right quick. With these illegal drivers, hopefully I don't jinx myself again like I did a couple of weeks ago with the deal in California. I have seen improvement, especially since that incident in California. I know I've been noticing, Steve, you used to see a lot of trucks. I haven't been seeing a lot of trucks come out of California with the they had the tags on the back of California plates lately. So I don't know if they trying to shut these guys down, because that's where a lot of them drivers were coming out of in California. The Sikh drivers, the one that had the incident up in Fresno, up in that San Francisco area, Sacramento. I haven't been seeing too many California tags on these trailers, so they might have shut them guys, put them guys out of business, and that's a good thing, not a bad thing. So I have seen some improvement since the last incident that we had in California a couple of weeks ago. So hopefully that trend will continue, and they'll get the rest of these bad people off the road, and then it'll go back to being like it was in the old days, where truck drivers were respected and not people weren't afraid to be on the highway with the truck drivers. And I thank you for taking my call.
All right, Eagle. Thank you for hanging in there, and have a great morning. All right, there's not a whole lot of detail, but in New York, they say multiple firefighters were injured after a burning car reportedly erupted in a massive explosion Wednesday evening. In New York City, authorities said the blast originated from a vehicle at 7:13 p.m. In a mixed residential and commercial area of the Bronx near Fox Street and Westchester Avenue. FDNY chief said in a news conference that 7 firefighters were hurt, 3 of which were admitted to the Trauma and Burn Center at Jacobi Hospital. 5 firefighters have burns to the hands and face. Our firefighters are awake, alert, and speaking, but they have some serious burns. We'll be praying for them, he says. I did say that they are all expected to recover, but video on social media showing flames erupting near what appeared to be a white commercial van moments before an explosion sent a massive fireball and plumes of smoke several stories into the air. Multiple smaller explosions were also caught on camera, lighting up the night with electrical sparks into the sky, with sharp popping sounds. According to the New York Post, the fire was under control by like 8:20 p.m. As I said, I can't help but wonder, what was in the vehicle? Was this something intentionally looking to injure firefighters? More details hopefully will be forthcoming. But that right on the heels of this past day, Horsefeathers mentioned earlier, of the FDNY Commissioner Robert Tucker handing his resignation in less than 12 hours after Mamdani announced the winner of the mayoral election. The fire chief tendered his resignation the morning after the anti-Israel Zohran Mamdani was declared the mayor-elect. Wednesday morning, Tucker informed the mayor, Eric Adams, that December 19 will be his last day as FDNY commissioner. Between now and then, I will continue to lead the greatest fire department in the world and will ensure an orderly transition, he says. Now, while Tucker's reasons for resigning were not immediately made clear, an FDNY source said that the fire chief, a Jewish philanthropist and businessman, felt like he's not going to mesh with the incoming mayor or his team. Mamdani, a self-proclaimed socialist, has repeatedly refused to say that the terrorist group Hamas should lay down its arms. He'll be sworn in as New York City's new mayor January 1. An Adams administration official tells the paper that several others who serve as top aides to the mayor, including Deputy Mayor for Public Safety, Kaz Doherty, are also expected to submit their resignations in the coming days. Doherty, who once served as the NYPD deputy commissioner, has been Adams' top public safety deputy at City Hall, a key liaison between the mayor's team and President Trump's administration. As for Tucker, apparently he plans to go back to running a company known as T&M, a private security firm that he had founded back in 1999. But is that just the beginning?
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Diesel owners know if you take care of your engine, it'll return the favor. Hot Shot Secret formulates additives that help you prevent problems and boost performance. Diesel Extreme cleans internal and external injector deposits, and EDT increases fuel economy by up to 7.3%, scientifically proven by third-party testing. Add Hot Shot Secret at your next fill-up to get the most out of your diesel. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, under industry headlines, from the truck drivers out there, over 4 months after the FMCSA rolled out the new guidelines for medical certification for commercial drivers, only 80% of U.S. states are compliant. You'll recall back in June, the agency announced they'd be implementing some new guidelines that require the medical examiners to electronically submit results from physicals to the FMCSA and state licensing agencies within 24 hours of an exam. That rule eliminating the need for you to carry a paper copy of your medical certification card. The modernized system enhances data security, improves enforcement efficiency, significantly reduces the risk of fraud, they say. It was supposed to make things easier. At that time, the agency reported 37 states were already compliant with the new requirements. The remaining states were expected to meet all requirements in the coming months. However, as the months rolled on, a dozen states were yet to implement the guidelines. By mid-July, the FMCSA issued a waiver that would allow CDL holders to continue using your paper copies as proof of medical certification for up to 15 days after the certificate was issued. That was then modified in August, allowing drivers to continue to use your paper copy up to 60 days after the exam. Now, here, October has come and gone. 12 states still non-compliant. The agency extended the waiver for an additional 3 months. That one's now slated to expire January 10 of next year. Well, apparently you can scratch 2 names off the list. Iowa and Wyoming finally getting with the system, implementing the new guidelines. So there's still 10 states remaining not compliant. Drivers in states that have not implemented the new requirements will continue to receive a paper copy of their medical examiner's certificate, which will then need to be submitted to their state driver's license agency. Those states are Alaska, California, surprise, surprise, Florida, Kentucky, Louisiana, New Hampshire, New Jersey, New York, Oklahoma, and Vermont. Those are the 10 that still have not implemented the new regulations. Get it together, guys. Coming up in our final hour, we'll get back to your calls. Plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. Non-domiciled drivers, word from Washington, refugees who fled the war in Ukraine under the Uniting for Ukraine program, U4U, requesting the Trump administration take their plight into account when enforcing the new commercial driver's license restrictions when it comes to foreign drivers. Again, we'll explain more on that story coming up. First, we'll get a news break. Get behind the wheel of a new truck with TEL's flexible lease options and full factory warranties. Visit tel360.com today.
Thinking about becoming your own boss? Transport Enterprise Leasing makes it easy with new trucks, 24/7 maintenance support, and now you can save right from the start. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get $100 off your first lease payments. Call TEL today at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and take the first step toward owning your success.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
USA Radio News, I'm Lance Pry. Federal officials are announcing a cutback in the number of flights in the United States airspace starting Friday morning. It's a result of air traffic controllers taking side jobs as their government checks have dried up, but their bills have not. FAA Administrator Brian Bedford announced Wednesday the agency will reduce air traffic by 10% at 40 high-volume airports if there's no deal to end the shutdown. Bedford said the reduction would help take the pressure off air traffic controllers that are showing up. Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy.
Many of you know that we are 2,000 controllers short, air traffic controllers short, and we have surged our academy to bring more controllers into our system. We are 20% up in controllers through the academy thus far this year. I've also offered air traffic controllers who are of the age of retirement a 20% upfront cash bonus to actually stay on. Some of the best controllers we have don't retire, keep working for us.
McDonald's is seeing a boost in sales after bringing back some of its fan favorite items. Same-store sales reportedly increased by 3.6% in the July to September period after the snack wrap was officially returned to U.S. menus. The data company Placer AI also reported that traffic to McDonald's was 15% higher than average on the day the snack wraps officially returned to the menu. The snack wrap was first introduced in 2004 and later discontinued in the United States in 2016. It was on this day in 1967, working at Abbey Road Studios in London, the Beatles mixed 4 songs this day. Hello Goodbye, Your Mother Should Know, Magical Mystery Tour, and right there, I Am the Walrus. America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say. We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great, and even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. So visit strongtel.com right now. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. It's StrongTel.
In hockey, Washington Capitals forward Alexander Ovechkin made history again Wednesday night. The 40-year-old scored his 900th career goal in Washington's matchup with the St. Louis Blues. He's the first player in league history to reach that mark. A tree trimmer is dead after possible contact with high-voltage wires in Los Angeles, California.
It happened Wednesday afternoon. The 48-year-old man was about 30 feet above the ground in the Beverly Wood area when the Los Angeles Fire Department responded. They found him about 6 to 8 feet below high-voltage wires. KTLA says he was declared dead by paramedics on the scene. Power was shut down in the area, and the investigation is ongoing. I'm Sharon Reardon.
Sean Diddy Combs is reportedly expecting a presidential pardon to come his way in the new year.
TMZ is reporting the imprisoned mogul's been boasting to other inmates about an alleged pardon from President Trump in 2026, and he also claims he'll take care of them after he gets out of prison. Combs has been pushing for a presidential pardon since he was convicted of violating the Mann Act in July in New York and sentenced to 50 months in prison. The White House Communications Office denying the possible pardon, but President Trump has pardoned other rappers before during his time in office, including Kodak Black, Lil Wayne, and most recently NBA YoungBoy. I'm Jim Roop.
In Las Vegas, Lance Pry, USA Radio News.
What if the music stopped? If the familiar voices were silenced? If there were no breaking news updates? What if your companion and connection to your community came with a monthly fee? Don't worry, we're free local radio with you wherever you go, celebrating 100 years and looking forward to the next 100. We are broadcasters. Text radio to 52886 and let Congress know you depend on your local radio stations. By the National Association of Broadcasters.
Don't get stuck buying, or worse, leasing a used truck that's just going to break down. At TEL, we help owner-operators succeed with a new truck for as low as $500 down and affordable weekly payments with 24/7 support. Plus, access a network of top carriers. Choose an industry leader that has your back. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
We know you you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Summers. It's the Overnight Drive.
And away we go. One more round, final hour underway. All right, start looking toward the weekend. The rest of the story, heavy in the trucking headlines as of late. English language proficiency in non-domiciled CDL holders, many of whom cannot speak or read the English. But there are some foreign drivers saying, well, we're getting caught up in this mess. And I like the unintended consequences thing. The FMCSA non-domiciled commercial driver's license interim final rule, which went into effect immediately when it was issued on September 29, has so far generated over 4,000 comments. The FMCSA said they will consider them and determine whether to make any revisions to the rule as a result. Deadline for submissions on that is November the 28th. Now, unless the FMCSA provides exemptions or contingencies to the rule, they tell us Ukrainians in the U4U program with legal CDLs and safe driving records are telling the agency they'll be kicked out of the industry. One Ukrainian refugee currently participating in that program, living in the U.S., says if the proposed restrictions remove the ability for drivers under humanitarian parole to obtain or renew their licenses, people like me are going to lose our jobs overnight. My wife and children will be left without support. Families who escaped war and destruction will be pushed into poverty, not because we did anything wrong, but because of a policy change that does not take our unique situation into account. The U4U program, created in 2022 under the Biden administration to give Ukrainian citizens fleeing the war with Russia a way to come to the U.S. for up to 2 years with the ability to apply for renewal extensions. Well, obviously, those 2 years have come and gone. However, U4U participants who obtained their CDLs did so under the previous non-domiciled CDL regulation, using the employment authorization document, which had been legally permitted. But because the U4U program is not one of the three narrowly specified employment-based non-immigrant categories, which are the H2A, H2B, and E3, that are allowed under the new restrictions, the rule effectively eliminates their protection for working in the trucking industry. They will be ineligible to renew their licenses when their current CDL expires. I came from Ukraine, worked as a truck driver, earned some money, bought my own truck, and work as an owner, said one commenter. I have 2 children. How should I continue to live? I arrived under the U4U program. I did not violate anything, and I pay taxes. Please repeal the law from September 29. Let's see. Taking our ability to renew or keep a CDL will not improve safety. It will only hurt families, reduce the number of professional drivers, and weaken the supply chain that America depends on every day, says another. The FMCSA acknowledges in the IFR that while U4U participants and other asylum seekers may be eligible for employment in the United States, they would not be eligible under the new rule to apply for a CDL or non-domiciled commercial driver's license, arguing that their status is not directly connected to a legitimate employment-based reason to hold a CDL. A supporter of the rule agrees with the FMCSA that linking CDL validity to immigration is necessary and an overdue process for safety and the integrity of the transportation system. In recent years, the industry has observed a concerning increase in roadway incidents involving drivers holding the non-domiciled CDLs or temporary work permits, particularly among individuals who lack sufficient familiarity with U.S. traffic laws and regulation. As a carrier, I've adopted an internal policy not to employ drivers who cannot demonstrate adequate English proficiency, the ability to read and comprehend English, critical to understand the traffic signage, communicate during roadside inspections, complying with FMCSA regulations. So as far as 4,000 comments when it comes to trucking-related rules and regulations, that's probably one of the, to date, most responded to regulation since the ELD mandate was taking comments years ago. That had some 15,000. But as far as the inability to read and comprehend the English, the road signs, if I had to venture a guess, I'd say this guy couldn't read the signs. California Highway Patrol calling out a truck driver for failing to obey multiple signs before ending up in a ditch. This past day, troopers with the Hollister-Gilroy Division taking to social media to detail how ignoring signs got this trucker into trouble in Gilroy, California. Not one, not two, but 3 separate signs along this route stating specifically, see, it doesn't look like a stop sign. It doesn't look like a yield sign. It's a English language message that says trucks prohibited over 3 tons, strictly enforced. No trucks allowed. After failing to obey 3 signs advising not to take the road, this commercial driver drove onto San Juan Highway towards San Juan Bautista, realizing his vehicle was not going to be able to negotiate a very tight roundabout ahead. He was left with no choice but to back his rig up, ended up off the road in the ditch. California Patrol reminds drivers, stay alert, drive safely, and obey all posted traffic signs. Speed limits, stop signs, other road markers. They're there to keep everyone safe. Let's do our part. Drive safe, arrive alive. Like I said, I would venture a guess he couldn't read the signs, had no idea what they said. What's going on, Gilligan?
Oh, not much, Steve. Thank you for taking my call. Yeah, I tell you, it's amazing how many people just don't know what the hell the signs say. And out here, I mean, it's signs written plain. No trucks
Right.
over 3 tons.
Yep.
And the guy still takes it. That's what we've been talking about for some time now. I believe it was No Handle Dave mentioned that he's going into AFib. Is that who that was?
That's correct. Yes, he started feeling odd, didn't feel good. Has said his heart was feeling irregular and tried to kind of ignore it. But I guess, thank goodness, the wife made him go to the ER. He was in AFib and his blood pressure was through the roof.
Yeah, I've experienced that about 3 years ago. I didn't realize that's what the problem was. My heart rate was over 100. My blood pressure was up. My doctor diagnosed me with being an AFib. Well, I went and had a cardioinversion. Then I had another one a year later. Now, last November, the Friday before Thanksgiving, I ended up having to have a cardio ablation, a heart ablation, to where they go in and freeze some of the veins around my heart, around your heart, so that the blood is not the heart is not trying to pump extra to pump blood into those veins. That's what they say causes AFib in older people. Of course, I'm in my late 50s. I've been driving trucks for 26, 27 years, so Lord knows the stress of this ain't helped either. So my heart, my thoughts and prayers go out to you there, No Handle Dave. I've been through it. It's a little scary, because if you do ignore it, from what I understand, because of the overworking of the heart, it can cause a stroke. And that's a scary thought right there. It didn't really start sinking into me till later on of how bad that could have gotten. Horse feathers brought up about how these New Yorkers don't go to the store every day and pick up something for dinner and something for breakfast. He's absolutely right. When I started driving truck, I'd go into these large cities. Of course, I'm an old country boy. We kept canned goods in the basement. We grew in the garden and stuff. We kept meat in the freezer from butchering a hog, or maybe got a side of beef or something, that sort of thing. We did buy some from the store, don't get me wrong. We didn't go to the grocery store that much, but we did go to the grocery store. Of course. I mean, I remember my grandmother making homemade bread, but we mostly bought our bread sliced from the store. Now, I remember it just amazed me that when you get into these cities, they keep broadcasting. There's a huge snowstorm coming in. Make sure you have 3 days of food on hand, just in case you can't get out and get to the store. That just amazed an old country boy that was just used to having food on hand. But that's how a lot of these people live. They just keep the bare minimum. They may keep some stack food, some junk food around, but that's about it. It's a whole different way of thinking in a lot of these major cities. I don't know. I don't know. I can't think of living in a place to where I don't have a significant amount of food on hand in case of an emergency. But I guess it's the way that people are raised too. As far as this deal with the filibuster, doing away with it, I could see the pros and cons of that. Somebody said, well, the Republicans need to get their message out. Well, the problem with that is most people that are voting for these socialists, like the one in New York and such, are not listening. They don't pay any attention to what's going on. I'm actually sitting still, people. If you keep hearing that beep, it's because my truck's going to go into shutdown, and I got to bump the throttle. It's not anything going off with the truck. That's real funny. I just see a construction truck come down the ramp the wrong direction. I guess if you work for the state road or whatever company that is, the laws don't apply to that either. That's a little interesting. He just went the wrong way down the get on ramp. He come down to get on the side road here. Yeah. But Steve, the filibuster, yes, the Democrats are going to abuse it if they get back in power. Let's face it, they've always abused their power when they're in power. We say we got to get the message out. The problem is we can't get through to the people we need to, because you've got news stations out there like MSNBC, CNN, and them that absolutely will not tell the whole story. How many times have you seen a news story on one of them stations and you're here like, we're leaving this, and this out? Well, that totally changes the gist of the story. It's like they was talking about the advertisements here for Virginia. I think it was was it the Attorney General or Lieutenant? Well, I think it was the Attorney General that the Democrat opponent was talking about how he wanted to ban all abortions. I'm here, and this woman's talking about how that she wouldn't have been able to get an abortion. She wouldn't have survived the pregnancy. Well, there's a problem with that. Every one of these pieces of legislation have exceptions for extreme circumstances. Rape, incest, and the life of the mother. But they leave that part out of these messages. And the people that believe this, you're not going to be able to get through to. I don't know what the answer is, but obviously it's frustrating because we know, because we pay attention, but the majority of Americans don't pay really attention to politics. They just, well, if they do go to the ballot box, well, I heard this commercial of this person. Well, I don't want to vote for that, but what they're supporting, so I'll vote for this person. Somebody brought up about the fact that there was never anything that was, the Democrats don't tell you what they're for. They tell you what their opponents are for, and they're against them. They don't really give the people a reason to vote for them. They give them a reason to vote against their opponents. Mudslinging has been a part of politics as long as it's been around.
Yep.
One interesting story I heard, Chicago is considered the Windy City. Do you know where it got its name?
That I do not.
Heard a story behind that. Well, a lot of people think, well, it's there along Lake Michigan. So obviously it's the wind coming off the lake. Nope. I know it was in the 1870s, but I can't remember the exact year. I was listening to one of the Chicago radio stations there one day, and what had happened, there was two mayors running, Democrat and Republican, running for mayor at that election, and they kept on running their mouth, bashing each other. And one of the newspaper reporters wrote in the paper, it says that Chicago's got the windiest politicians in America, so it became known as the Windy City. I always thought that was kind of funny. Well, Steve, that's about all I got. I guess I'll get off here, and I hope everybody has a safe night, and take care.
All right, thank you for checking in. Gilligan, you do the same.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you can start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code overnight100 to get rolling today.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
Most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
We missed our friend Philip a bit earlier. As he was heading off to work this morning, had busy lines there. He held for a bit, had fun to go. I was going to get his take on the Chinese astronauts. They have their own space station, if you weren't aware. 3 Chinese astronauts who were due to depart their space station re-enter the atmosphere and land in the remote desert of Inner Mongolia this past day. Instead, officials ordered the crew to remain at the station. Engineers investigated a potential problem with their landing craft. The China-manned space agency run by the military announced the change late Tuesday in a brief statement via the Chinese social media platform Weibo, stating the spacecraft is suspected of being impacted by small space debris. The impact analysis and risk assessment is underway to ensure the safety and health of the astronauts and the complete success of the mission. It's been decided the Shenzhou 20 return mission, originally slated for, again, this past day, is going to be postponed. What we know is the astronauts arrived at the space station in April. Their replacements on the Shenzhou 21 mission docked at the station this past Friday, temporarily raising the station's crew size to 6 people right now. After several days of joint operations, the 6 held a handover ceremony Tuesday to formally transfer command of the outpost to the new crew. Less than 24 hours later, though, Chinese officials decided to call off the departure. Said they didn't say what part of the spacecraft may have been damaged or what evidence led engineers to suspect space debris was the culprit. But the ship has 3 sections: a landing capsule positioned between the crew living headquarters and a power and propulsion module. Operations for the Chinese space station proceeded without any significant issues since crews started visiting the complex in 2021. But Chinese officials were aware of the risk of space junk and space debris becoming more and more of a problem out there as things get crowded around the planet. Operate under your own authority and choose your carrier. TEL gives you the freedom to run your business your way. Visit tel360.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Lance Pry. The government shutdown is in no man's land. The inability for either party to stop the nonsense hurting the American people in one way or another is just not cool. Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy explains the plight of the air traffic controllers that could lead to limited flights in America as soon as next week.
Tomorrow, they get a pay stub email on what their next paycheck is going to be. And when that pay stub comes out, that is also going to be zero. So they will have gone a month without any pay. And what we're finding is that our air traffic controllers, because of the financial pressures at home, are taking side jobs. They need to put food on the table, gas in the car, pay their bills. By the way, I do not want them to take side jobs. I want them to show up for work. We have asked them to show up for work.
America's News Network, USA Radio News.
If you want 5 free classic radio shows to add to your library or listen to them anytime you'd like, just go to 100radioshows.com. There's 5 shows waiting for you. Fibber McGee and Molly, Suspense, Jack Benny, Gunsmoke, and Richard Diamond, Private Detective. They're yours free. Just put your email in. We'll send you an email with 5 links. The links never expire. The shows sound amazing. They're yours as our gift. At that site, 100radioshows.com, there are hundreds and hundreds of additional classic radio shows for purchase. If you decide to buy any of those shows, use the promo code
Radio.
That's right. Use the promo
secret
code
word is
radio. If you do that, you'll save 70% on your order. Now, that's done at checkout. Make sure you put the promo code in, save 70%. Get some free classic radio shows at 100radioshows.com, at 100radioshows.com.
Transport Enterprise Leasing, founded by a U.S. Army veteran, proudly supports those who've served. Veterans receive a $750 discount on their lease deposit with 24/7 maintenance support, national parts discounts, and interest-free financing. TEL is committed to your success. Call 866-404-6289 and use promo code overnight100 or visit tel360.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less. Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
One of the most exciting classes in the NTPA are without a doubt the CM Pulling Tires Mini Modifieds. With 16 hooks on the 2025 schedule, the battle went the distance. Literally. From the NTPA headquarters in Marion, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Report. I'm Greg Hunter. The season started the first Friday in June and went until mid-September, with the top 4 minis all finishing within 6 points in the season-long battle. At the end of the day, Adam Kester took home the title piloting Footloose with an average finish of 6th throughout the long season. Of his 15 hooks on the season, Adam took home 3 wins: the season opening hook in Hutchinson, Chapel Hill midway through the season, and Napoleon, Ohio in the latter third of the year. 8 top 5 finishes, including the second hook in Hutchinson, Farley, Rockwell, Wauseon, Ohio, and to wrap up the season at the Enderley Pull-Off. At the end of the year, Adam tugged the NTPA sled over 4,300 feet, which was 300 feet further than second place Iron Toy of Adam Bauer. With 29 tractors chasing the points title in 2025, staying on top all season was no easy task. But Adam was there all season minus a short setback after the hook in Wellington, Ohio. With such a large class, consistency was the name of the game for Adam. With 15 hooks, staying in the top 10 is what propelled Footloose to the title. However, he didn't always get the finishes he was aiming for. In Toma, he earned a 12th, which was the same result he got on the second night of polling in Chapel Hill, only one day after taking the win. The worst finish of the season came late in the year, with only 4 hooks remaining, when a 19th at Bowling Green was all Adam could get for the Footloose. But the last 2 hooks with a third and a second locked up the title. Rounding out the top 10 in the modified minis were Iron Toy with Adam Bauer, tied for second with Short Fused and Lindsey Campbell. In fourth, Jeff Hurt and Little Bear. Fifth went the veteran puller Ken Vinny and his funny little Farmall. Sixth was Slingshot, piloted by Adam Arnett. Taking seventh was Adam Kester's second machine, Walk the Line. In eighth on the Grand National Tour was Adam Kester's third machine he calls Beast of Burden. Jeff Hurt kept his second mini in the top 10 with B-Bear, and rounding out the top 10 was Renee Theobald and Pretty Wicked. Congratulations to Adam Kester on the championship in this always growing field. One thing is for sure, the rest of the teams will be spending a lot of time in the shop and on the dyno working to take him down in 2026. You can keep up with everything NTPA at ntpapoll.com and watch NTPA Championship Polling every Wednesday at 8:30 Eastern on RFD TV, where you can relive some of the best hooks of the 2025 season. If you're looking for that perfect holiday gift for the polling fan in your life, make sure you stop by shopntpa.com. Get shirts, collectibles, and other polling gifts now. shopntpa.com. This is the NTPA Overnight Report from the National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters in Marion, Ohio. I'm Greg Hunter.
All right. Thank you very much, Greg. And shout out to Truckin' Phil. Good morning. Happy Truckin' Thursday, he says. Coffee up. Good morning, Mr. Sommers, the Hotshot Secret Nation and the great product of Staybill. Starting off at a chilly 33 this morning, 57 the high. Yeah, only warming to 52 in Newaygo, Michigan. So here we go. Fort Wayne to Newaygo, Michigan and back once again. Have a great day, everyone. It's almost Friday. The 54th honor flight out of Fort Wayne made it into Washington, D.C. And to the war memorials and back safely to Fort Wayne this past day. All right, roll on, Knuckle Buster. And a shout out to all the veterans out there. Semper Fi from Truckin' Phil. All right, ACT Research. Their October research. They tell us it's one of the first comprehensive looks at the trucking market since the English language proficiency enforcement has been toughened. The impacts to capacity are clear. What isn't obvious is whether the demand side of the market's going to show up. The ACT For-Hire Trucking Index depicts a landscape where for-hire trucking capacity is contracting. According to the report, the capacity index increased by 2.1 points month over month. It's 47.5 in September. This tells us that capacity is indeed contracting. According to the analyst, a key piece regarding capacity is the 32% reduction in tractor build from H1 to H2 of this year. That notably took tractor build below replacement levels. This substantial cut in tractor builds is shrinking the overall number of units available in the U.S. market. In tandem with capacity contractions, the heightened enforcement of the English language standards by the FMCSA is poised to clean up the industry's driver pool and potentially constrain capacity in a material way. 10% of truck drivers might not meet these standards, potentially creating a capacity crunch in the less compliant lower end of the spot market, where many freight brokers cover their shipments. Stricter English requirements may cause a significant reshuffling in the labor market, fundamentally impacting the availability of qualified drivers, they say. Yeah, while factors that tend to constrain capacity are in the headlines, other macroeconomic variables are blocking a robust rise in the freight rates. volumes present a bit of a more complex picture. The volume index rose to 55.1, its highest in over a year's time. That indicates a rebound in volumes. Volumes are tricky to parse in the near term with clear risks, but also very clear positives for the for hire happening concurrently. Consumer spending increases have helped buoy inventory levels without causing overstock, even while sectors like the manufacturing and housing remain sluggish. All these dynamics, one would expect a substantial rise in freight rates due to contracting capacity. However, the report shows only modest improvements. The pricing index managed only a 1.6% increase, with spot market improvements limited to a marginal 1 to 2% gain. With inflation running about 3%, carriers are not witnessing any significant profit growth. Now, they underscore while capacity contraction typically precipitates rate increases, other elements are kind of balancing this effect. Looking ahead to maybe mid-next year, as tariffs are worked through, capacity continues to contract, and the economy continues to grow, even if at a slower rate, that would support for higher demand recovery. Furthermore, the report indicates that lower interest rates could bolster durable goods demand, offering some optimism for future housing market activity. While the trucking industry is navigating significant regulatory and market challenges resulting in contracting capacity, there's a number of external factors tampering the expected pressure upward on rates. So there seems to be as much potential for shippers to experience cost increases as for rate hikes to be mitigated by volume volatility. Meanwhile, there was a court decision that came down late last week, Friday, dealing with California, that means Daimler trucks, Volvo, PACCAR, and international trucks temporarily do not need to comply with that clean truck partnership they signed with the California Air Resources Board back in 2023, while the court considers the rest of the briefing in that case. Business groups, clean freight advocates, and public health organizations are warning of truck manufacturers' continued failure to supply clean, affordable trucks following a court decision to temporarily allow them non-compliance with their prior promises on truck standards in California. The court did, however, refuse to accept the truck makers' request that it preemptively block other CARB clean truck legal authorities. Separately, CARB filed a lawsuit against the four manufacturers last week for violating the terms of the agreement, with the CARB chair stating CARB and several other manufacturers have upheld their end of the deal, but these four have reneged on theirs. CARB also will seek to have portions of the manufacturer's original lawsuit dismissed on November 21st. Bottom line is this legal debate is all a sideshow, according to the Deputy Executive Officer and Assistant Chief Counsel of CARB. The real scandal here is that the truck makers will run to court rather than just compete on price and clean trucks, even as companies globally are ready to eat their lunch. This legal win just advertises their long-term business mistakes. So you've got Public Citizen, the Oregon Business for Climate, the Sierra Club, the Natural Resources Defense Council, all the green tree huggers, obviously, are warning that the damage to the trucking industry if this lawsuit went ahead and they failed to honor their commitments to electrifying trucks. So question, are diesel truck sales falling? According to an Idle Giants press release, diesel truck sales by manufacturers in North America are to some extent collapsing. Sales by Daimler, the biggest truck maker, fell by 20% in the second quarter, almost 40% in quarter number 3. Volvo Group sales were down 14% in their third quarter report. Traton, the parent company of International Motors, reported a 36% fall in North American sales in the first 9 months of the year. North American truck sales from PACCAR in the third quarter fell by 34% compared to the previous year. Now, despite reporting growth in the sales of electric trucks, the truck manufacturers are doubling down on diesel, siding with the federal government, looking to kill the electric truck market, according to Idle Giants. The truck manufacturers are on the offensive against these standards in Europe as well. Daimler, Volvo, Scania wrote to the European Commission asking it to weaken their emissions rules, despite their own industry body this week reporting a surge in electric truck sales and a drop in diesel truck sales. So the battle continues. They're fighting to make the trucking industry electrify, undoubtedly with this administration. That's all being shot down. Oddly enough, when you look at the likes of even Bill Gates stepping forward and saying that this whole climate change scenario, that the end of the world as we know it, is a falsity. Knucklebuster, what's been happening with you?
I've just been riding around looking out this windshield. I had more than what I already got on the side of this truck, and they put a sticker on there that says 3 million. So I don't even know how many I got now, but anyway, let's get the good stuff out of the way. Let's get a Semper Fi shout-out, Truck and Field, Captain Ron, Donut Man, and as always, our gracious host, Mr. Steve Summers. Steve, did I tell you I tripped over a box of Kleenexes in the truck and thought I'd hurt myself real bad?
You might have mentioned that.
Yeah, it was only tissue damage, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Right. Well, I dropped a tub of margarine on my foot the other day, and it still hurts, Steve. I can't believe it's not butter.
Okay. Butter.
Yeah, butter. Yep, that's right. Well, anyway, hey, you got a good show tonight. I've just been real quiet. I mean, it's just, I don't know. I've got a lot of stuff going on right now, so, it's been a tough year. I hated 2020 because of COVID, and it took my dog out, too, so and I had to get his name was Peyton, but I mean, I finally got another dog, so, and then Tennessee left in 2025, so it's just, I don't know, am I going to hate every 5th year now? That might be, I don't know. We'll find out, too. But anyway, you're doing great. Enjoyed the show tonight. A lot of interesting comments. So have a good morning, Mr. Steve Summers, and you can get your skull buster here in about 10 minutes.
Is it about that time? I bet it is. Yeah, you're right there. Look at the clock. Thank you, Knuckle Buster. Well, brokers, according to Landline this past day, it won't be long. Soon, they say, brokers will have to comply with that final rule issued by the FMCSA all the way back in 2023. Circle January 16 of 2026. That is the date. Brokers, freight forwarders, and financial responsibility providers will have to comply with the new broker security regulations, including the suspension of operating authority if the available financial security falls below $75,000. The original compliance date was supposed to be this year, 2025. FMCSA delayed it for a year because the new registration system wouldn't be ready, they said. But the final rule aims to protect motor carriers and shippers by ensuring adequate funds are available to satisfy unpaid freight charges. There are 5 major provisions to this new rule. The rule specifies that the only acceptable assets will include cash, irrevocable letters of credit issued by federally insured depository institutions, and U.S. Treasury bonds. As far as operating authority, the FMCSA will suspend the operating authority of a broker or freight forwarder if the available financial security falls below $75,000 and is not replenished within 7 calendar days. The rule requires if the surety trustee becomes aware that a broker or forwarder is experiencing financial failure or insolvency, it must notify the FMCSA and initiate cancellation of the financial responsibility. The FMCSA will then publish a notice of failure in the Federal Register. Filing bankruptcy under Title 11 of the U.S. Code does not constitute insolvency under that rule. Number 4, enforcement authority. A surety company or financial institution found in violation of the code, blah, 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 faces a mandatory or a monetary penalty and a mandatory 3-year ineligibility period to provide brokerage or freight forwarder financial security. And lastly, entities eligible to provide trust funds for the BMC 85 filings. Loan and finance companies are no longer eligible to serve as BMC 85 trustees. So there you go. OOIDA's long urged the FMCSA to enforce the broker transparency regulations. They are supportive of the rule change. It's a step in the right direction anyway. The broker transparency, they weren't pleased that they postponed it by a year, but the time has almost come. January 16.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you could start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get rolling today. Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
Most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
They tell us flu season's just around the corner. Here we go. And just in time for the holidays, the fall COVID season. Apparently starting slowly for Pfizer. U.S. sales of the Comirnaty shots down 25%, they tell us, after regulators narrowed the recommendations on who should actually get them. Approval of updated shots also came several weeks later than usual. Pfizer said this past day that that's hurt their sales. Many Americans get vaccinations in the fall to get protection from surges in the coming winter months. Obviously, interest in COVID shots has been declining, and that trend may accelerate this fall due to anti-vaccine sentiment and confusion about whether the shots are even necessary. The CDC last month stopped recommending the shots for everyone, instead leaving the choice up to the patients and doctor recommendation. Some locations required prescriptions or started asking customers whether they had a condition that might make them susceptible to a bad case of COVID. There were some questions about whether the insurance companies would continue to cover the costs. One major industry group, America's Health Insurance Plans, has clarified their members will cover the shots. CVS Health announced earlier this month they will not require prescriptions at their stores and their clinics. All right, a lot of folks say there's so many different messages out there, we don't know who to believe. I've had people tell me they're afraid of it, and even though they've had it on a number of occasions. Pfizer saw Comirnaty sales drop to $870 million in the most recently completed third quarter. That's down from $1.16 billion the same time last year. All right. Hey, you make the choice, right? With that, we close out a Thursday. How about a casual Friday coming our way? Join us at the midnight hour Eastern Time tonight. We'll do just that. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of.